Chapter 21:21. Needless to say, it must be the third primordial spirit who took the initiative to send everyone over. The facts showed that everyone could still kill wantonly in the demon realm without worrying about not being able to come over. Yang Chen had some doubts, but he soon knew the answer. The location of everyone was near the entrance of the demon realm. However, the entrance and the surrounding area had been refined and integrated by the mountain river geographical map, and the integrated part had also formed a space barrier, so they could not pass through it no matter what. It turned out that this was the solution to the third primordial spirit's control. The unrefined part did not belong to the mortal world, so everyone could easily be sent over by the third primordial spirit, but the refined part was like an impenetrable wall, and they could not pass through it no matter what. Can consciousness doppelgangers go to the mortal world here? Yang Chen asked Brother Li Cheng directly because he couldn't find the answer from others. It depends on whether the heavenly Tao controlled by the third primordial spirit is really fair. Brother Li Cheng explained without hesitation, if it is really fair, then this kind of thing shouldn't happen. If it is like the previous world, with the selfishness of some big shots, then everything is possible. It depends on what kind of world you want to create. Then forget it. Yang Chen shook his head directly. It's fine as long as it is balanced. As for whether to go to the mortal world or not, it is better to completely ban it. There has never been a dynasty that will never change. The children and grandchildren have their own happiness, so it is better not to affect too much. The current world had loopholes like that. It may be because of the problem of devil chi that other places were like a sieve. If the major sect wanted to send consciousness doppelgangers to the mortal world, it was not good for big shots like Ancestor Lu to send people to the spiritual world. The cultivators of the mortal world were still waiting in line to cross the tribulation, while the third primordial spirit had begun to control another space cave in the demon realm to explode, and then fully refined and absorbed this part of the space. Every time there was an expert who crossed the tribulation, the power of the mountain river geographical map would be stronger. With such a huge population base, there were thousands of cultivators crossing the tribulation at every moment, which also caused the power of the mountain river geographical map to increase at every moment. The most important thing was the speed at which he could refine the demon realm space. Although it was the same size of a cave dwelling, the refining speed was many times faster than before. Originally, it would have taken a year to completely refine it. Now it only took a few days. They could see the land being swallowed up by the spatial barrier inch by inch, and they could no longer pass through. This was very good. He believed that with the passage of time, the number of cultivators who had overcome the wind tribulation would increase. Similarly, the larger the area of refining the demon world, the greater the power of the mountain river geographical map, which could also increase the refining speed. Yang Chen also discovered a phenomenon. Within the spatial barrier, the spiritual pressure in the mortal world began to slowly decrease, and it was slowly transitioning to the level of the mortal world in the real world. On the other hand, the spirit realm had not changed, so this world must be constantly improving. It was just that no one knew when it would return to normal. Because of the existence of the spatial barrier, Madame Bai and the others could no longer travel to the mortal realm. However, the demon realm gave them a place to vent. After lying in the graveyard for God knows how many years, and then living a comfortable life for many more years, it was time to exercise their skills. Moreover, the density of the demonic energy here was enough for Madame Bai and the others to train. Even though a part of their memories had been sealed, they were still willing to try things that were beneficial to their cultivation. Ao Lai was still being polished by Lin Jingyuan every day, and experts with the surname Long were still adapting to the restraint of the dragon entanglement grass. Now, they could already make some simple combat moves. They believed that they would soon be completely accustomed to the restraint of the dragon entanglement grass, and they would no longer have to worry about being suppressed by it. Ao Lan could finally free up her hands. She did not need to help Gao Yu refine the dragon horn flying sword. She also participated in the exploration of the demon realm. With her cultivation, she could go further than the others and see more. At the same time, killing more demonic beasts was also a method to help the Mountain River geographical map refine the demon realm. The group of people followed the edge of the spatial barrier and killed. If there were any difficulties in the refining process, they could also help. Yang Chun himself left the Mountain River geographical map and returned to the real world. This time, it took 100 years to refine the Tribulation Room. Presumably, the major sect had launched an attack on the Zhao family. During the refining, Yang Chen could not pay attention to it. At this time, he had to care about the results. The Palace Master now also had the cultivation of the Earth Immortal level, and his progress was similar to Yang Chen. Over the years, the Fairy Immortal Masters in Chunying Palace had also increased a lot, and there were dozens of Xian Immortal Masters. The status of Chunying Palace was also becoming more and more stable. Seeing Yang Chen, the Palace Master was naturally surprised. Then the elders gathered and introduced the current situation of the spiritual world to Yang Chen. As Yang Chen expected, a few decades ago, after careful preparation, the major sect launched a large-scale search and attack on the suspected area where the Zhao family's nest was located. And the results were remarkable. That area was indeed where the Zhao family's nest was located. In the past, they hid well, and the major sect did not find them. But no matter how well they hid, they could not resist the carpet search. Soon, the major sect grasped the location of the Zhao family's nest. Then, after the major sect gathered the elites from all sides, they launched a heavy attack. Thousands of Xian Immortal Masters launched a devastating attack on the Zhao family's nest from all directions. Unfortunately, the major sect always thought that their whereabouts were hidden, but they did not expect that everything was under the nose of the Zhao family. The unexpected attack faced the other party's prepared defense, and both sides paid a heavy price. There were many masters in the major sect, and with the previous victories, their morale was high, and they occupied a human balance. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the timing of the attack, but they were discovered by the Zhao family in advance, and this advantage was no longer there. The Zhao family also did not have the timing, but they took advantage of the geographical advantage. In the territory that the Zhao family had painstakingly managed for many years, they relied on various arrays and a large number of masters to launch a defense and counterattack. This time, the major sect and the Zhao family rarely had a head-on battle. The masters of the major sect with high morale initially occupied the upper hand, but soon the Zhao family took advantage of the geographical advantage, and even began to eliminate the masters of the major sect. Seeing that the battle situation was unfavorable, the masters of the major sect desperately fought back, boasting that they had left their life origin, primordial spirit with the dwelling god Jade, and they were not afraid of death. The masters of the mysterious heaven sect relied on a large number of centennial pills and millennium pills to level the situation. Both sides retreated under the situation of heavy casualties. Chapter 21-22. It could be said that this battle was the biggest loss for each sect. On average, each sect sacrificed at least hundreds of Xian immortal experts, adding up to more than thousands, close to 10,000. These were all casualties caused by the final, desperate counterattack. Similarly, the Zhao family didn't have it easy either. Although they gained the upper hand by relying on the formation that they had been operating for a long time, they still caused almost half of the casualties of each sect. For the Zhao family, this was a huge loss that couldn't be recovered. Fortunately, although many experts of each sect died because of the existence of the divine perching jade provided by Yangqin, those experts were only temporarily reborn and lost their combat strength. As long as they had a few hundred or 1,000 years, they would recover very quickly. Because they had died once, their state of mind would become even more powerful than before. However, the Zhao family didn't have such a backing. The experts who died were dead, and there was no chance for them to be resurrected. Only some extremely important experts had the divine perching jade, and it was obtained at a high price from the Wanbao Tower. The cost was extremely high, It seemed that the sect was at a disadvantage this time and had suffered a crushing defeat. However, strictly speaking, the Zhao family was the most distressed. The death of thousands of Xian Immortal experts was enough to hurt them to the point that they couldn't bear it. Among all the sects, the one that suffered the least was the Black Heaven sect. This was because they had the Millennium Pill and 100-Year Pill provided by Yangchen. The power of suddenly increasing one's cultivation by 100 years or 1,000 years at a critical moment was not to be underestimated. Even though there were all sorts of side effects at a critical moment of life and death, personal cultivation was still the safest. It was also the key factor that could save one's life and kill the enemy. Therefore, most of the experts of the Mysterious Heaven sect were seriously injured, and only a few died. Even those who died could be resurrected by the divine Perching Jade, so they weren't afraid at all. As for those who were seriously injured, each sect had their own healing medicine, and Yang Chen's Merit Ganoderma Dew Pill was no joke. Even if one's limbs were disabled, there was a limb regeneration pill that could regrow them. After that, it would only take a few years at most for the seriously injured to recover, and the disabled to be as good as new. Originally, the Zhao family's arrangement was already very appropriate. They were just waiting for the masters of the major sect to come to their doorstep and find out that their surprise attack plan had been seen through. When their morale suffered a great blow, the Zhao family would then be able to fight a beautiful ambush. But the Zhao clan probably didn't expect that the effect of the Perching Divine Jade, the healing pill, and the limb regeneration pill was something that even thousands of profound immortal experts might not be able to compare to. As long as they had this backing, the experts of each sect would always be able to maintain their high morale. So what if the surprise attack plan was seen through? Even on the verge of death, he was fearless. Even if he couldn't kill his enemy, he would still leave a scar on his enemy. Those who were bold were afraid of those who were bold, and those who were bold were afraid of those who did not care about their lives. No matter how good the plan was, how detailed the deployment was, and how strong the formation was, if they met a group of people who were not afraid of death, and if they met a group of people who were willing to sacrifice themselves to destroy the formation and open a path for the experts on their side, the experts of the Zhao family would also be terrified. If only a few people were like this, naturally it would not be a big deal, and the part would not affect the whole. However, what the Zhao family did not expect was that all the experts involved had this kind of courage to sacrifice their lives, and all of them had this kind of courage to sacrifice themselves. As a result, the Zhao family suffered a tragedy. Although they had achieved twice the results of their own casualties, the master of the Zhao family still wanted to cry, but had no tears. As early as a long time ago, Yanglan reminded the current master of the Zhao family that with the Zhao family manor in the hands of the major sect, they could enter the core of the trial land any time and anywhere. The master listened to Yanglan's warning and also made targeted deployments, but he did not increase the defense according to Yanglan's suggestion and dispatch more experts from the core of the Zhao family. They thought that this level was enough to make the masters of the major sect unable to return. Even if there were occasional fish that slipped through the net, it was just a minor disease, and they didn't need to care. Even regardless of Yanglan's hard advice, Qian Gang made an arbitrary decision and locked up Yanglan, a guy who almost shed blood and tears at that time, waiting for the punishment after the war. The fact was indeed as they expected. Only 2 or 3 out of 10 masters of the major sect could return from this war, and all of them were injured. It could be said that there was no one intact. If only the casualties of the major sect were counted, this was definitely a great victory for the Zhao family, a decisive victory. For a long time, the major sect could only defend their own sect, and they no longer had the ability and courage to gather again. However, if the Zhao family's own casualties and the blow to the morale of the major sect were counted, the master of the Zhao family was stunned to find that they had lost thousands of core masters, but they only slightly weakened the strength of the major sect by 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, not only would the masters lost in this war be restored, but there would definitely be more disciples of the major sect who would stand out and join the team of masters. As for the blow to the morale of the major sect, It was simply a joke. Whether it was now or in the future, they were not afraid of death. It was even possible that they would become stronger because of hatred. How could they lose anything? On the other hand, if the Zhao clan lost an expert, then so be it. After 1,000 years at most, they would only have the newly matured experts to hold the fort and fight against the veteran experts of the major sects with high morale. The result could be imagined. It was only in a place like the Zhao family's nest that they could take advantage of. In other places, the Zhao family would never be able to return one-on-one. At present, the major sect only had the power to defend, but the Zhao family could only watch helplessly. How could they have the strength to attack? At this point, the two sides once again formed a balance. The major sect took all the cultivators to guard the core of the trial ground, not letting anyone from the Zhao family come out. The Zhao family was also licking their wounds in the core of the trial ground. For a short time, the well water did not interfere with the river water. The current situation in the spiritual world was like this. The major sect suffered unprecedented casualties, but they still retained high morale and the determination of revenge. They just had to wait for the other parties to recover their strength before settling the score with the Zhao family. For the time being, the cultivators of the Tao, Devil, and Monster sects were united like never before to deal with the Zhao family together. As a result, the spiritual world had a long period of peace. Everything seemed to be going according to Yang Chen's plan. Yang Chen did not comment on this. It was fine as long as he knew the movements of the various parties. He believed that when the true master of the Zhao family found out that his descendants had ruined the foundation of the Zhao family, he would quickly deal with it and think of ways to maintain the Zhao family's advantage. When the true master of the Zhao family made a move, he believed that the Black Heaven sect, which was the leader and had suffered the least casualties, would become the primary target. Yang Chen was looking forward to this day. Chapter 21-23. After listening to Yang Chen's narration, Brother Li Cheng pondered for a while and said, "It seems that I have to go again and increase the difficulty for them, so that those masters won't be able to free up their hands." As soon as Yang Chen heard this, he knew that Brother Li Cheng must have caused a lot of trouble for these Zhao family masters in the past. Otherwise, Brother Li Cheng wouldn't have said this. "Big brother, when I was refining the exit of the beast space, you killed tens of thousands of beasts there. How come the Zhao family didn't make any movements?" Yang Chen blurted out. He had wanted to ask this for a long time, but he had never asked. Since the Zhao family had been in the core of the trial ground, why did the Zhao family come to investigate when Li Cheng made such a big movement? Could it be that the Zhao family was busy with something else at that time? You unsealed the beasts that their ancestors had worked hard to seal, causing tens of thousands of years of arrangements to go up in flames. The real masters of the Zhao family didn't know what happened and were jumping up and down to find the reason. How could they care about the exit of the beast space? Li Cheng knew the reason and quickly explained to Yang Chen. Here at the Zhao family's nest, a simple little formation can make them nervous and afraid of being exposed. It's much simpler. The Zhao family's ancestors were divided into two groups. Yang Chen already knew that Brother Li Cheng explained the two reasons. As for those who accidentally encountered the movement, just kill them directly. Anyway, it's not a big deal for cultivators to disappear for a long time. Big brother, Li Cheng explained here, and Yang Chen was also sighing over there. His sworn brother was really direct enough. Such a big movement, because of these small reasons, made the Zhao family not find the abnormality there for 50 years. If the Zhao family knew the situation at that time, would they all be furious? However, this also reflected the brilliance of Brother Li Cheng's meticulous planning. Just two simple little tricks made such a big family like the Zhao family hesitate to take action. After all, an expert was still an expert. Brother Li Cheng left very straightforwardly. He left when he said he would, without stopping at all. He just finished talking to Yang Chen, and the next moment he disappeared. Sometimes Yang Chen really felt that Big Brother Li Cheng was very carefree. At least he wasn't like him. If he wanted to leave, he had to make arrangements for the girls and spend some time with them before leaving. In fact, Yang Chen really wanted to follow Big Brother Li Cheng to the demon beast space to have a look. Unfortunately, it was the critical moment of refining the demon world, and he needed to use a lot of merit points at all times. Yang Chen couldn't leave at all. As for bringing Gong Sunling and the others to the demonic beast space, that was out of the question. Big Brother Li Cheng was definitely going there to do something, and it was very likely to be very dangerous. There were many mystic, immortal level demonic beasts there, and the girls would only be a burden if they followed him. It was even very likely that the refinement of the devil world would come to a halt. Yang Chen did not directly participate in the women's killing experience in the devil realm. Now that the major sect had suffered heavy losses, it was the time when the price of Yang Chen's elixirs was the best. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to make a small fortune. When necessary, it was also good to use it to flatter sect master Li of the Xiantian sect. If he wanted people to charge forward, he had to give them enough benefits. It was not that Yang Chen still cared about this small fortune now, but it was really the intention of the palace master. These days, there were countless masters from all over the major sect who came to Chunyang Palace to ask for elixirs. The stock of Wanbao Tower had been sold out, but there was still an endless stream of people asking for elixirs. The major sect suffered so many casualties this time, especially the masters of the mystic immortal level. Ordinary healing elixirs could only solve the urgent need, but they could not cure some difficult injuries. At this time, Yang Chen's merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill was the key to saving lives. In addition, the broken limb regeneration pill was really difficult to refine. Even the 7th grade alchemists of the major sect joined forces to refine it. The efficiency was extremely low. It was not that the purity of the medicinal materials in the early stage was not enough, or there was a problem in the later stage of refining. In short, the success rate was extremely low. Now everyone was looking forward to Master Yang Chen refining a few more furnaces of elixirs. The palace master was also pressed by all kinds of favors. There was no way. He could only let Yang Chen take action. Gong Sunling and the 3rd primordial spirit were working hard to refine the devil realm, according to the previous nibbling method. Little by little, the effect was very outstanding. In just a few years, it had integrated the territory of 100 miles, and the connection between the mountain river geographical map and the devil realm was becoming closer. A few years was not enough for the aborigines in the mountain river geographical map to pass the thunder tribulation one by one. There was no way, the number was too many, tens of billions. Even if it could let thousands of cultivators cross the tribulation at the same time, it could not withstand such a number. However, Yang Chen found something related to the demonized monsters in the interval of refining the elixir. The mountain river geographical map swallowed the devil realm, and naturally would not let go of the demonized monsters of the devil realm. Some of the monsters were lucky not to be killed by the women, but were refined into the mortal world. These demonized monsters, who had been invaded by the demonic energy and had lost their active consciousness, were outstanding and triggered the tribulation one by one. Even without active consciousness, the monsters of the devil realm could easily pass the thunder tribulation by instinct alone. As soon as the thunder tribulation passed, Gong Sunling and the 3rd primordial spirit immediately discovered that these demonized monsters had recovered some of their sanity. This was a huge discovery. Although these demonized monsters had only passed the thunder tribulation and recovered a little of their sanity, which was a little stronger than having only instinct, this was also a substantial change after all. Then Gong Sunling and the 3rd primordial spirit couldn't wait to drop the Yin fire tribulation and baptize these demonized monsters. Sure enough, after experiencing the Yin fire tribulation, these demonized monsters had completely recovered their sanity and could barely be regarded as a normal monster cultivator. Since they wanted to experiment, of course, they had to do the whole set. After the Yin fire tribulation was the wind tribulation. The specially selected, powerful, demonized monsters did not put the wind tribulation in their eyes, and easily passed all the mortal world's heavenly tribulations. After passing the wind tribulation, they naturally ascended involuntarily. After these demonized monsters ascended, they had completely become normal monsters. In addition to everything just relying on instinct, there was no difference in other aspects. The heavens tribulation also had such a role, which Yang Qin did not expect. But this was great news for Gong Sunling and the Mountain River geographical map. The number of demonized monsters in the Devil Realm was much more than that of the Aborigines in the Mountain River geographical map. The area was larger and there were more outstanding cultivators above the human immortal level. If all these demonized monsters in the Devil Realm could be included in the scope of the Mountain River geographical map, I am afraid that the power of the Mountain River geographical map would reach an unimaginable and incredible level. Chapter 21-24. Although the ascended demonized monster beast still carried a strong demonic energy, the demonic energy could no longer affect it. With an active mind, it could actually be called him. Although they had not learned the systematic inheritance of the monster race cultivation, everyone understood how strong this kind of monster cultivator, who only relied on instinct to cultivate to this state, was. Especially in a place like the Devil Realm, it was not easy to survive. How could Yang Qin be willing to let such powerful monsters fend for themselves in the Mountain River geographical map? He could not wait to grab them and join his own sect to strengthen his own strength. It must be known that their Devil Realm was without a sect. At this time, whoever was the first to rope them in would be able to take the biggest advantage. Fatty Jing, Ho Yin, the old tree demon, Shikuei, Xiasha, and Lanning were all sent to the Mountain River geographical map by Yang Qin. He asked them to set up their own sect and take the inheritance of monster race cultivation from the Three River Alliance, Blood-Killing Sect, Thousand Demon Sect, Mysterious Heaven Sect, and other places to accept these monster race masters. In the Mountain River geographical map, these monster race masters would inevitably be affected by the will of Gong Sunling. Moreover, in the first half of their lives, these monster race masters have been in a state of chaos. When did they ever have such care from a sect? After tasting this feeling, these monster race masters easily became members of Chunyang Palace's Hall of Eccentrics. At first, their sense of identity must be very poor. Everyone knew it without asking. He believed that after a long time, they would truly identify with Chunyang Palace and integrate into it, becoming a real member of Chunyang Palace. In addition to the inheritance of the monster race, Yang Qin also got some real demonic cultivator's inheritance from Big Brother Li Cheng. The demonic energy was a problem after all. These demonized monsters were obviously the most suitable candidates to absorb the demonic energy. In the future, the balance of the Mountain River geographical map would depend on them. In the Mountain River geographical map, there were cultivators crossing the tribulation all the time in the mortal world. The Mountain River geographical map was strengthening all the time, and the ability to refine the Devil Realm was increasing. The scope of the whole world was also expanding, and at the same time Gong Sunling's cultivation was constantly growing. Gong Sunling had now fallen into the same trouble as Yang Qin in the past. Her cultivation was growing too fast, and she had to forcibly suppress it. It was a very happy trouble. The other women, including Madame Bai, were constantly killing in the Devil Realm. Sometimes their killing made Yang Qin distressed. Not distressed for the women's hard work, but distressed for the demonized monsters killed by them. It was not distressing for the women's hard work, but distressing for the demonized monsters killed by them. Of course, these were just Yang Qin's self-deprecating jokes. There were too many demonized monsters in the demon realm, so many that Gong Sunling might have a headache in the future. Everyone's arrangements were very good, and Yang Qin was also very relieved. He began to refine pills according to the requirements of the master of the palace. Everyone arranged well, and Yang Qin was also very relieved. He began to refine pills according to the requirements of the master of the palace. The sixth grade merit Ganoderma lucidum jade pill was the most convenient for Yongqin to refine. He first refined thousands of pills so that the master of the palace would not be urged by others. The broken limb regeneration pill used to be more laborious for Yongqin, but now it was different. On the one hand, Yongqin did not have the shackles of the golden immortal tribulation in his sea of consciousness. On the other hand, Yongqin's cultivation base had been improved. With the two-pronged approach, it was much easier for Yongqin to refine. However, in Yongqin's mind, the broken limb regeneration pill that he had previously taken out was not perfect enough. If the meridians of the severed limb had grown well, there would be a 100% chance that it would be unable to regenerate or deformed. The current temporary solution was to cut off the severed limb and retake the medicine to regenerate it. Although this method was no different from before after the regeneration of the severed limb and completely solved the problem of the severed limb disability, after all, it was still necessary to let these disabled people suffer another knife. From the perspective of a doctor and alchemist, this was imperfect. After directly refining 2 furnaces of the broken limb regeneration pill, Yongqin handed the medicinal pills to the master of the palace, but he returned to the Dragon Palace to continue to study the perfect pill recipe of the broken limb regeneration pill. In the past, Yongqin had already thought about how to perfect it, but most of it required a higher level of alchemist to achieve, at least to have the strength of an 8th grade alchemist in the immortal world. If this was the solution, it could be said that Yongqin did not solve any problems at all, because the immortal world already had the 8th grade medicinal pill that could regenerate the severed limb. No matter how much Yongqin studied it, it was nothing more than picking up the wisdom of others. If Yongqin wanted to refine the perfect broken limb regeneration pill, and if he wanted to become an outstanding alchemist master, he must make a breakthrough on this basis. Therefore, the limit of the perfect broken limb regeneration pill should be within the scope that a 7th grade alchemist master could solve. This was Yongqin's breakthrough on the broken limb regeneration pill, and it was also a breakthrough that Yongqin was better than in his previous life. The 6 masters surnamed Long had been in the Dragon Palace, adapting to the entanglement and restraint of the green jade dragon and the blood-eating phantom vine. After so many years, they had been able to move freely. As long as they had time, it would not be a problem to fight with the dragon grass. These masters of the dragon clan had a very long lifespan. It was not known how many vicissitudes of life had changed, and they knew a lot of things. When Yongqin couldn't think of a solution for the time being, he chatted with them, trying to find some suitable breakthroughs from their knowledge. Master Yongchen, a famous alchemist in the spiritual world, asked them for advice on alchemy, which made the masters surnamed Long simply happy. They had too much faith. All of them wished that they could immediately help Yongqin think of the crux of the problem and solve it. They were even more diligent than Princess Ao Lan's instructions. You said that the problem is mainly because the meridians that have grown have changed, which is why it is like this. In that case, can't you just think of a way to restore the changed meridians to normal? Although Long Yuan had been taught a lesson by Yongqin in the beginning, he didn't seem to hold any grudges now. Afraid that he was not being proactive enough, he was the first to speak up. How could Yongqin not know about this problem? It was precisely because he couldn't change this situation that he was vexed. It was fine for a new wound, but as long as it had grown well for a few years, there would always be such a problem. Long Yuan's suggestion was as good as not saying anything. Who didn't know that? Don't think about regrowing the severed limbs first. Suppose there are no severed limbs and there is only a large wound on the body that is not recovering well enough, causing the meridians to grow crooked. How should we solve this problem? The oldest of the masters, surnamed Long, who was wrapped in a thick vine cocoon, asked a hypothetical question. I'm afraid that just relying on elixirs is not enough. The cultivator needs to take the initiative to cultivate and then use spiritual energy to open up the deviated meridians. Yongqin thought for a while and answered honestly, After the meridians are opened up, they will slowly return to normal as one cultivates. Isn't that fine? Old Long asked straightforwardly. Can't you think about how to solve this problem? Chapter 21-25. The old dragon's words made sense, and Yang Qin fell into deep thought. In fact, there was still a big gap between what the old dragon said and regrowing a severed limb. A large wound that did not heal well would cause the meridians to be in disorder. At most, there would be 1 or 2 deviations in 1 or 2 meridians. As long as powerful spiritual power was used to forcefully open it, it would be fine. However, after a severed limb, it was not just a problem of connecting 1 or 2 points in the meridians, but a large part of the meridians would disappear completely. In the end, 2 parts that could not be connected at all would have to be connected out of thin air. In terms of nature, the difficulty of regrowing a severed limb was not the same as that of an ordinary wound. After expressing his thoughts to the experts with the surname Long, the other experts who had remained silent also became interested and joined in the discussion excitedly. He was one of the best alchemy grandmasters in the spiritual realm, and he was willing to lower his head and ask them for advice. From the perspective of alchemy alone, this was a humbling act. He was not ashamed to ask for advice, and he was giving them a lot of face, even with the pride of the Dragon Clan, in the face of Grandmaster Yang, who was superior to them in alchemy and power. They would still lower their proud heads. In response to this problem, the masters of the Dragon Clan quickly discussed some suggestions that were worth considering. For example, it was best to add the function of opening up meridians in the elixir. In this way, even if it was not aimed at regrowing a severed limb, it could effectively avoid the problem of the meridians growing crooked. This problem had never been considered by Yang Qin before, because the Ganoderma lucidum pill was already very comprehensive. Later, with the help of Yang Qin and the Merit chapter, the Ganoderma lucidum pill refined was even more successful and could treat any injury. On the contrary, Yang Qin did not think much about it. The Ganoderma lucidum pill seemed simple, but the predecessors who invented this kind of pill had also racked their brains and considered it. Yang Qin also felt that he had neglected the research of these simple pills. After ascending to the spiritual world, he had focused on those very complicated pills like the marrow accumulation pill, but he had never thought of figuring out anything from these simple pills. The truth was simple, and it was the same when it came to alchemy. It was just like cooking. Although the imperial feast made by a few concubines was delicious, it was always inferior to the home-cooked dishes made by Gong Sunling. Similarly, basic pills might not necessarily be simpler than those complicated pills. Perhaps it was these simple pills that required more effort. After a deep discussion, Yang Qin seemed to have another research direction, which made Yang Qin very happy. After thanking several Dragon Clan masters very sincerely, Yang Qin hurried back to the alchemy room to continue his research. The masters with the surname Long were also very proud. This was Grandmaster Yang personally thanking them. In the future, this would be a story that would be praised by the world. After this conversation, the pain and suffering of being tormented by the dragon entanglement grass all these years seemed to disappear in an instant. The experts only felt their spirits rise a bit. When Yang Qin returned to the alchemy room this time, the first thing he did was to start studying the most basic pills one by one. Qi-seeking pill, qi-nourishing pill, Peiyuan pill, body-refining pill, Ganoderma lucidum pill, even including spirit congealing pill, questioning inner heart pill. These pills were not difficult for ordinary 6th or 7th grade alchemists. Some of them could even be easily refined by mortal alchemists. But Yang Qin took them out one by one to study the pharmacology. This study allowed Yang Qin to find many details that he had overlooked in the past. The pharmacology was easy to figure out, but why such a combination, such a technique, made Yang Qin immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. What made Yang Qin most addicted was not only the initial pharmacology, but also the changes that Yang Qin triggered after using the Merit and Virtue book, which was what attracted Yang Chen the most. If Yang Chen could study the changes in this, it would definitely be of great help to the improvement of Yang Chen's alchemy level. Think about it. If Yang Chen could refine the merit and virtue pill without relying on the merit and virtue book, what kind of alchemy level would that be? Not to mention the alchemists of the same level. Even if it was the alchemists of a higher grade or 2 grades, it was estimated that they could only look up to Yang Chen's achievements. After a lot of experiments and comparisons, Yang Chen personally went into action. He put all kinds of different pills in his sea of consciousness and magnified them countless times. Almost every smallest medicinal particle was carefully pondered by him, and finally summed up the difference between the merit and ordinary pills. In fact, the difference was 2. One was pure, the other was specialized. What was pure? The pills processed by the merit and virtue book, whether it was a single medicinal material or a pill after the completion of the pill, had a revolutionary improvement in the purity of the medicinal materials and the uniformity of the mixing of various medicinal materials. The benefits of improving the purity of ordinary medicinal materials could be understood by looking at the deformity caused by the raw materials of the broken limb regeneration pill that were not clean. The treatment of pure medicinal materials brought about a doubling of the efficacy of the medicinal materials. The fewer the impurities, the fewer the interference, and the smaller the possible side effects. As for the uniformity of the medicinal materials after they were mixed into the pill, there was no need to ask much. The more uniform the pill was, the more detailed the processing process was, and the more skilled the technique was. It also showed that the brand new medicinal structure formed after the concentration of medicinal materials was more stable, and the more it could improve the efficacy to a new level. What was specialized? There were 2 aspects. One was that the amount of medicinal materials used was accurate to the peak, and the other was that the efficacy of the medicinal materials was promoted to the extreme. The amount of medicinal materials used in the refining of the pill was very particular. There were strict regulations on how many medicinal materials were used and how many assistants were needed to match it. It was a pity that ordinary pill recipes were generally accurate to 1/10 of a coin, but this weight was still a little too big for the most precise pill. In his sea of consciousness, Yang Chen saw that in the merit and virtue pill, the accuracy of the amount of medicinal materials had almost reached an abnormal level. The number of auxiliary medicinal materials around the smallest medicinal material particle was extremely accurate, which could not be accurately described by the dosage on the pill recipe. The dosage of medicinal materials was like this, and the different years and different parts of each medicinal material were also very clear. The same ginseng, the medicinal effect of the 10,000-year-old ginseng and the 10,000-year-old ginseng would definitely be slightly different. Similarly, the medicinal effect of the ginseng's taproot and those fibrous roots was also different. But most of the time, the pill recipe only recorded how much the 1,000-year-old ginseng was and how much the 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum was. These were never clearly differentiated. The meritorious pill achieved this. It differentiated the conditions of different years, different parts, and even different growing regions. The extremely accurate concoction allowed the medicinal effects to be exceptionally stable, and it also stimulated the greatest effect. The word pure and the word specialized were the changes that the merit and virtue book brought to the pill after refining it. Chapter 21-26. Yang Chen was very glad that he discovered this while chatting with several experts of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, he would still be immersed in the pursuit of complex pill refining and ignore these most basic and most likely to bring about changes in the level of alchemy. The earlier he realized this, the earlier Yang Chen could get in touch with the threshold of a higher level of alchemy master. He believed that those guys in the immortal world who had surpassed the 9th level alchemy master must be very clear about these principles. With these understandings, Yang Chen began to learn how to refine pills again. He would start with the simplest qi-seeking pill, qi-nourishing pill, and peiyuan pill. These were the most simple and basic pills that the alchemists who had just learned alchemy could get started with. Of course, if one wanted to refine these pills to the extreme, it would also take a lot of effort. In the past, the high-grade refining that Yang Qin understood was just the further removal of impurities on the basis of the previous refining to achieve a purer medicinal effect. This understanding was not wrong, but it was not comprehensive enough. Especially after understanding the advantages of the merit pill, he felt that his understanding was insufficient. Every high-grade refinement should be based on the refinement of the previous refinement to achieve a purer and more specialized effect. It was a process of becoming more and more perfect under the situation of a deeper and more thorough understanding of the smallest particles of each medicinal ingredient. Sometimes the quality of a pill did not lie in the number of refining cycles it had gone through, but in the specific refining effect. If one could really reach the most precise level in one go, then the first-grade pill could also have the medicinal effect of the current sixth-grade pill. At least the few qi-nourishing pills, qi-seeking pills, and peiyuan pills that were newly refined by Yang Qin were like this. There was only a clear, dragon-shaped pill pattern on the round pill, but Yang Qin had eaten himself and was very clear what level the medicinal effect of these pills had reached. To put it bluntly, some of the basic pills refined by the fifth-level alchemists in the spiritual world were just like this. This was a terrible fact. If the first-grade pill could reach the level of the fifth-grade pill, then what kind of realm would the real fifth-grade pill be? Just thinking about it made people tremble with fear. After this in-depth study, Yang Qin was very clear that his alchemy level had made considerable progress. Although the highest number of pills that could be refined would not exceed 6 revolutions, the medicinal effects of real pills would probably far exceed this level. Just like Yang Qin's current combat power, it was no longer limited to the average level of spiritual power cultivation. This was a pleasant feeling, and it was also a discovery that made people feel more cheerful. The door to a whole new world suddenly opened in front of him. That kind of carefree, that kind of joy, was simply the biggest reward for Yang Qin. Not only that, Yang Qin's sea of consciousness seemed to suddenly have a different view of the current world, and his spiritual sense cultivation, which had stagnated for a long time, finally began to break through at this moment. With a spurt of energy, he broke through the shackles of the golden immortal realm and rushed to the early stage of the almighty immortal realm before stopping. When the surging spiritual awareness calmed down, Yang Qin stopped from that kind of reclusive study. After getting out of this state of obsession, he pinched his fingers a little, only to find that 30 years had passed unknowingly. Cultivation really had no sense of time. It took such a long time to study a problem casually, and he didn't even notice the passage of time. However, these 30 years were really not in vain. Yang Qin's alchemy level had improved to the limit compared to the past, and he dared to say that it had completely surpassed his previous life. This was an improvement in essence, not a simple improvement in the refining process. The realm was completely different. Fortunately, Yang Qin still remembered that his original intention was to solve the problem of the imperfection of the broken limb regeneration pill. Under the inspiration of the experts of the Dragon Clan, he carried out further research on the basic pharmacology of medicinal materials. Now it was time to solve the problem of the broken limb regeneration pill. In the past, Yang Qin couldn't guarantee that he could refine an 8 revolutions medicinal pill, so he couldn't guarantee that he could solve the problem. Now that Yang Qin's first revolutions were comparable to the 5th revolutions of others, it was much easier to solve the problem of the perfect form of the broken limb regeneration pill. When he dissected the pill into the smallest medicinal material particles to study, Yang Qin understood a principle. Everything was made up of these most basic things, so when it came to solving a problem, it was time to start from these most basic things. The problem of the broken limb regeneration was that the meridians that had grown up were deformed, so he should start from the parts that were not deformed and only solve the smallest part of the meridians that were connected to it. This small part might be a little bit, but in short, it should be as small as possible. By relying on the normal parts of the meridians, each time a normal part of the meridians would grow, and after it was stabilized, he would open up the next one. Little by little, he would be able to open up all the meridians, and when it was completed, in fact, the broken limb would also be completely regenerated. Yang Chen had the experience of combining pills. He could integrate the most basic qi refinement method into the pill, and then add enough spiritual power into it. He was only responsible for opening up the meridians. In order to take care of the seriously injured, Yang Chen also added a healing effect to the new pill, so that there was no need to use other pills alone to save their lives. Regeneration was regeneration, healing was healing, and opening up the meridians was opening up the meridians. With these three approaches, the deformed meridians that had grown up would eventually be replaced by the normal meridians. The injuries would recover, and the broken limb regeneration would be completed. After the principle was solved, the practical problem was much simpler. With Yang Chen's level of alchemy after his great enlightenment, he easily refined what he thought was the perfect broken limb regeneration pill. There were no longer any cultivators in the sect who were injured for a long time to test the medicine, so Yang Chen could only look for them from outside. When they heard that Master Yang was looking for cultivators to test the medicine, those cultivators who were injured but were short of money almost broke their heads just to compete for the 10 test spots that Master Yang wanted. This time, the quota that Yang Chen wanted was very targeted. One requirement was that the broken limb had been injured for a long time, and the broken limb had been growing for at least 50 years. The other requirement was the more serious the better. It was best if it was the kind of cultivator who was still alive with a broken root or even a small part of the body. Fortunately, the spiritual world was big and cruel enough. It was hard to find other cultivators, but the more serious the injury, the better the cultivators were, as many as the carps in the river. In other words, Master Yang only wanted 10. Otherwise, even if he wanted 100 times more, Elder Wu of Wanbao Tower could get it in a short time. Master, how many do you want me to cut off? When the 10 cultivators saw Yang Chen, they were very excited. Immediately, one of them took out a flying sword and waved it on his body, waiting for Master Yang to give the order. Then, without hesitation, he would stab himself with a sword. Obviously, he knew the previous treatment process of the broken limb regeneration pill. There's no need to go through so much trouble, just take the pill. When Yang Chen saw this person, he couldn't help but laugh. He took out 10 pills and distributed them to the hands of the 10 cultivators. Chapter 21-27. Of course, it was good not to have to cut oneself. Even the disabled would not be willing to be cut for no reason, unless there was a huge benefit after being cut. For example, the regeneration of broken limbs, and so on. Master Yang said that there was no need to cut oneself, as long as one took the pill. Everyone could understand this. Master Yang must have found a way to not have to cut oneself. They had long heard that Master Yang had always said that the pill formula he had developed was only an imperfect pill formula. Now that it was perfected, why else would he find someone to test the pill? However, when everyone got the pill, they began to mutter in their hearts. Of course, everyone would like to improve the pill formula and not have to be cut again, but only a 5th grade pill. What was going on? Could it be that this pill with only 5 dragon marks was better than a 6th grade pill? Previously, when everyone heard that it was for Master Yang to test the pill, they were very enthusiastic to sign up, because everyone knew that there were many benefits for a master to test the pill. At most, they would be unsuccessful in the test and suffer a cut, but the final result would still be a normal person. But now, a 5th revolution pill had stirred up different thoughts in the hearts of the 10 cultivators who were testing the pill. This time, Master Yang found someone to test the pill. Could it be that he was not really testing the pill? Speaking of which, it was funny that everyone thought that testing the pill for Master Yang would definitely be safe and sound, and there would be great benefits. Now, if they really tested the pill like other alchemists, the result would be a different matter. Fortunately, there were still people who were clear-headed. No matter what, since Master Yang asked everyone to test this pill, then they would test it. Whether it was a 5th grade or a 6th grade pill, wasn't it still Master Yang's pill? Just like what they knew at the beginning, At worst, they would suffer a cut and become a normal person again. With this bottom line, not to mention a 5th-grade pill, even a 1st-grade pill was not a problem for the master. With a wave of his hand and neck, the cultivator, who understood, swallowed the pill in one gulp, then immediately asked Yang Qin, "Master, then—" "Lie over there, expose your wounds. Don't care about anything else. It's best if you can sleep. Don't use your power." Yang Qin said casually. It was not that he didn't care about these cultivators, but he only wanted the effect of the pill, not the result of these cultivators using their spiritual power. Maybe their cultivation might even affect the effect of the pill. The cultivator nodded and lay down on the bed that had already been prepared, no longer caring about anything else. With someone taking the lead, the fellows behind him had no other choice. Everyone gradually understood the most serious consequences of this matter. They all clenched their teeth and swallowed the pills, learning from the first fellow and lying down. "If you have any feelings, just say it." Yang Chen looked at the 10 people who were ready, and he sat down not far away and waited. "Master, it's itchy." The cultivator who took the pill first already felt it. "My shoulder is itchy." His injuries were severe. More than half of his shoulder had been chopped off. He was lucky to survive, but he had become a deformed cripple. Now that the drug had taken effect, he immediately felt a sensation on his shoulder. "Don't move even if it's itchy." Although he knew that these people knew the severity of the situation, Yang Chen still reminded them, "You're growing meat." This time, the medicinal pill took effect very quickly. As soon as Yang Chen said the first one, there were already people saying that they could feel their wounds. Basically, it was just heat and itchiness, which sounded very normal. "Don't use your cultivation technique to cultivate." Yang Chen noted down the feelings of these patients and reminded them again. Otherwise, it will affect the efficacy of the medicine. This time, when Yang Chen spoke, the cultivators no longer had any other thoughts. Was there anything more convincing than the fact that the pill had an effect on them? Not to mention a 5th revolution pill. Even if they were given a stone to swallow, they would still be obedient. The reason why Yang Chen asked them to expose their wounds was so that it would be easier for him to observe them. Other than Yang Chen, the other cultivators were also looking at their own wounds, as well as the wounds of the other cultivators. They all wanted to see the effect of Great Master Yang's new medicinal pill. "My shoulder is starting to grow." A surprised voice came out from the mouth of the first cultivator. He could already see that his deformed wounds had become slightly different from before. There were a few more red and tender new skin and a little more meat. If he carefully felt it, he could also feel that the bones in his body were growing and recovering. "My leg too." Ziz, the first cultivator, was not the only one to cry out in surprise. Soon, all the cultivators participating in the medicinal testing could sense the changes happening to their bodies. At the same time, they could see the visible changes happening to their bodies. Their voices rose and fell, filled with joy. Yang Chen stood up and examined their wounds one by one. It seemed that everyone had recovered well, which was in line with Yang Chen's expectations. However, until the last moment, he couldn't be sure if the pill was completely effective. For the cultivators testing the medicine, today was their lucky day. Originally, they thought that Grandmaster Yang was really looking for them to test some unreliable new pills, but they didn't expect that it was really a pleasant surprise. He didn't have to cut himself to see his disabled limbs grow back. His many years of disabled life would come to an end. How could he not cry tears of joy? 2 of the cultivators who were lucky enough to survive shed tears on the spot. Their previous injuries were so severe that they had to thank God for being able to survive. After recovering, they no longer had the glory of the cultivators in the past. They had become hopelessly disabled people. Even if Yang Chen had introduced the limb regeneration pill a long time ago, it was still not suitable for the 2 of them, because their previous injuries were already very serious. If they were to be cut along the original injuries and cut off the parts that had grown back, it was hard to say whether they could keep their lives. They could only watch the other cultivators with lighter injuries suffer a knife in exchange for a normal life, while they could only cry every night until dawn. Now that they didn't have to suffer a knife, they could see their lost bodies slowly growing back with their own eyes. How could ordinary disabled people understand this kind of joy? It was already very strong control that they didn't cry tears of joy. The place that Yang Qin chose also had a small spiritual vein, which was full of spiritual power. The medicinal pill itself contained a lot of spiritual power. Soon, the one with the lightest injury had an immediate effect. A small half of his shoulder had grown back, which was no different from before he was disabled. A small part of his arm had also grown back, although it hadn't completely grown back. According to this trend, it would only take 2 or 3 days for it to fully recover. The most difficult part was the growth of the shoulder. As for the recovery of the arm and hand, the previous limb regeneration pill could do it. Grandmaster Yang's new medicinal pill was really effective. Chapter 21-28. Half a month later, the 10 cultivators who participated in the medicine test left Chunyang Palace intact and went back to their respective homes. At the same time, the news that Master Yang had finally completed the broken limb regeneration pill recipe was spread. This time, Yang Chun was very smart. He didn't wait for the major sects and senior alchemist masters who came to buy the pill recipes last time. He took the initiative to send the pure Yang Palace disciples to send the brand new perfect pill recipes everywhere. Because this was to make up for the imperfection of the last pill recipe, all the new pill recipes were free without any additional conditions. Of course, this was only limited to those customers who bought the pill recipe last time. Now there were still people who wanted the pill recipe, so they could only buy it at the price set by the major sect last time. The new pill recipe was more complicated than the last pill recipe, and everyone could understand this. The last pill recipe was imperfect, but this time it was complete, so naturally there were more things. Compared with the last pill recipe, this time there was an additional part to use spiritual power and heal injuries. At the same time, the requirements in the refining technique were higher. In addition, the requirements for the initial treatment of medicinal materials were as pure as ever, but there were also more detailed instructions for the dosage of medicinal materials in the later refining. In short, according to this pill recipe, when those alchemists refined it, they would have to at least refine the 7th grade to achieve the effect required by the pill recipe. The cultivators who got the pill recipe were already aware of this change. The 6th grade broken limb regeneration pill had to make those who were disabled suffer another cut, so the new pill that didn't need to suffer this cut was naturally more advanced. However, the 7th grade refining was already a new breakthrough for Master Yang's alchemy level. Didn't you see that the pills with the same effect in the Immortal realm were all refined by the 8th grade? Because of the additional effect, the refining technique was more difficult and complicated, but it was still within the control level of the alchemists in the spiritual realm. This was the power of Master Yang. He simplified the medicinal pill that only a few people in the Immortal realm could refine to the spiritual realm as long as a 7th grade alchemist could refine. This was definitely an unprecedented pioneering work. As for the requirement of special fire seeds for the treatment of medicinal materials, it was no longer a big deal. If not, how could the difficulty of refining the 8th grade be reduced to the 7th grade? But at the same time, the person who obtained the pill formula was deeply shocked, because they learned from the news from the cultivators who tested the medicine that Grandmaster Yang only used a 5th revolution refinement to achieve the effect that they needed to use a 7th revolution refinement. This was the reason why these high and mighty alchemists were so shocked. Lowering the difficulty of level 8 to level 7 was already amazing, but Yang Qin only used level 5 refinement to achieve the effect of other people's level 7 refinement. How could people accept this? Comparing people to people would result in death. Comparing goods to goods would result in throwing away goods. Compared to Grandmaster Yang, these alchemists could be directly swept into the pile of old papers. In fact, Yang Chen's medicinal pill was claimed to be a 5th-grade refining. In fact, he only really refined the 4th grade. The 5th grade was achieved because of the bonus effect of the profound spirit furnace. Even without this 1st-grade refining, the medicinal effect could also achieve the purpose of regenerating broken limbs, but it would take a little longer. That is, Yang Chen felt that he did not need to elevate himself to that point. So he did not suppress the effect of the profound spirit furnace and added an additional refining pill mark. If those alchemists who were shocked knew the truth, I am afraid that more than half of them would be willing to immediately worship Yang Chen to relearn. Compared with the level of Grandmaster Yang's alchemy, their current level was just a rookie who had just ascended to the spiritual world. Yang Chen was not interested in accepting more alchemist apprentices, and one Mo Chunmei was enough. This disciple has already inherited the mantle of Yang Chen. Except for the fire seed that could not be compared with Yang Chen, the difference in other aspects was also limited. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's recent new understanding, it was estimated that the place that was stronger than Mo Chunmei was also cultivation base. With such a good disciple, what else could he ask for? Yang Chen was even considering whether he should pass the profound spirit furnace to Mo Chunmei at the right time. After all, he did not have to rely on the profound spirit furnace to improve his alchemy level. Secondly, he had the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, which could simulate any fire seed in the world. Mo Chunmei did not have such a fire controllability and could only rely on the profound spirit furnace to achieve the same effect. In the 30 years that Yang Chen has been studying alchemy, the situation in the spiritual world has not changed much. The major sect and the Zhao family were all hurt. They guarded their respective territories, were vigilant against each other, and then madly recuperated. However, when Yang Chen's later batch of Ganoderma mushroom jade pill and broken limb regeneration pill came out, the effect was different. It was impossible for the Zhao family to get the medicinal pill from the hands of Yang Chen. Even if they could get it by relying on some spies, it was only a very small number. However, the major sect could directly get the medicinal pill refined by Yang Chen from the Chunyang Palace. Not to mention anything else, Yang Chen's merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill has always been famous. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as there was still a breath, it could be saved. The disabled also had the broken limb regeneration pill, which could recover quickly. At this time, the Xian Immortal masters of the major sect, who were seriously injured, took Yang Chen's medicinal pill and began to recover quickly in a short period of time, and the disabled began to recover. In less than a year, the major sect's combat power that was lost because of serious injuries and disabilities recovered rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the balance between the Zhao family and the major sect was broken again. After the major sect's vitality recovered a little, the gathered strength regained the upper hand. Although it was only a slight upper hand, an advantage was an advantage after all. If they waited for a period of time for those masters who were reborn by relying on the perching god Jade to recover, the Zhao family would probably be completely doomed. At this delicate time, Yang Chen once again received Yang Lan's instructions. Yang Lan had really entered the core of the Zhao family in recent decades. Before the battle of the Zhao family's lair, he cried and begged the master to increase the strength of the masters. But the experience of being locked up became his little credit, and it became the biggest capital for him to be loyal to the Zhao family. Several young masters of the Zhao family were directly deprived of their command by the masters sent by the older generation, and they were severely punished. Because of their negligence, the Zhao family suffered such a big loss. If they were not direct descendants, they would have already used their 6 sons' chief to correct the rules. At that time, Yang Lan, who put forward the correct suggestion, but was not taken seriously, became the biggest hero. Because of his foresight, he was appreciated by the new speaker of the Zhao family, and he was given a lot of authority. Now that Yang Lan wanted to go to the next level, he had to make greater contributions, so he put his idea on Yang Chen's medicinal pill. The credit he wanted was Yang Chen's medicinal pill. This was very simple. As long as he controlled Yang Chen to copy it and send a copy, he could easily get the credit. Chapter 21-29. For Yang Lan's little thought, Yang Chen was non-committal. Wasn't it just 2 pill recipes? Just give it to him. Yang Chen's real strength was not the pill recipe, but the ability of alchemy. It was the same ordinary Lingji, mushroom jade pill. Yang Chen could refine the flesh and bones of the dead, but the refining of others could only deal with a little ordinary injury. The pill recipe of the Yun Marrow pill was also ready-made. Others could only refine it up to the 5th grade, but Yang Chen could refine it up to the 6th grade. This was the gap, this was the level. The only pill recipe that could be regarded as Yang Chen's original creation should be the broken limb regeneration pill. But this pill recipe could be refined by Yang Chen alone, and after refining, the 5th grade medicinal pill could reach the effect of the 8th grade medicinal pill in the immortal world. For others, it took more than 10 or 20 alchemists to refine it together. The 7th grade medicinal pill was only at the level of Yang Chen's imperfect 6th grade medicinal pill. Therefore, the pill recipe was not important. The important thing was the alchemist. Yang Lan wanted the pill recipe. Lingji mushroom jade pill was a mortal medicinal pill, and the pill recipe could be obtained everywhere. Only the broken limb regeneration pill was created by Yang Chen. When the alchemists of the Zhao family were familiar with the pill recipe and found all the medicinal materials, it might have been decades later. In these decades, it was enough to widen the gap between the Zhao family and the major sect. There was no difference between having or not having it, but for Yang Lan, this was a real credit. Other people in the Zhao family could not get this kind of pill recipe that affected the balance of strength between the 2 sides, but Yang Lan could get it. Even if others were jealous, they could not refute it. Yang Chen also smiled bitterly. He actually had to worry about whether Yang Lan could make contributions in the Zhao family. If it wasn't for seeing that Yang Lan was still useful, he would not be allowed to live in the world. It was also very simple to hand over the pill recipe. As long as Yang Chen casually found a reason to go to the Sunset Rock, someone would buy it from him face to face. As long as Yang Chen did not refuse, he would still take as many spirit stones as he should. He would not lose out at all. Originally, Yang Chen had planned to stay in the sect for a while longer, but now it seemed that he had no choice but to make a trip. Fortunately, the area from the sect's mountain gate to the Sunset Rock was the sect's territory, so there was no need to worry about Gong Sunling and the others being affected. In order to pretend to be controlled, Yang Chen had to get up immediately. After greeting the head of the palace, Yang Chen did not delay much and immediately set off to the Sunset Rock. In Sunset Rock, Yang Chen was the absolute landlord and the absolute nobleman. No matter which shop he went to, he was personally received by the shopkeeper. After some polite greetings, Yang Chen would also choose some good refining materials or medicinal herbs of good age and buy them. Basically, it was the same in the first dozen or so shops, so people didn't find it strange. It was normal for Grandmaster Yang to buy some aged medicinal herbs. Many people wished that they could give them to Grandmaster Yang for free in exchange for the right to buy some pills personally refined by Grandmaster Yang. When it came to the 16th shop, the specifications of the reception were still the same, but the things purchased were different. This time it was not the shop selling things, but Yang Chen selling things. What was sold was the pill recipe, and the harvest was a pile of medicinal herbs and spirit stones. The whole process was calm, and no one would feel that there was anything unusual in it. If Yang Chen was really controlled by Yang Lan, then it would not be strange. The control in his subconscious would make him take this kind of transaction as a matter of course. But now it was obviously not the case. So this shop called Tong Bao Pavilion fell into the eyes of Yang Chen. Yang Chen could even imagine that this Tong Bao Pavilion must be similar to the Shabby Pavilion and the Lost Star Pavilion, a branch of the Zhao family in order to make money for the Zhao family. The 4 elements of cultivation were the law, companion, and wealth. No matter which sect or family it was, without the word wealth, it would not be on the stage. Things went well. After Yang Qin visited a few more shops, he returned to the Wanbao Tower. The first thing he did when he saw Elder Wu Xiong was to ask him to secretly pay more attention to the Tongbao Pavilion. At the same time, the news was also sent to the Wine Immortal house. All the cultivators in the Tongbao Pavilion had to be secretly monitored. Although Elder Wu Xiong did not know where Yang Qin got the news, Yang Chen had never lied in front of him, so he quietly handled it himself. In the territory of the Sunset Rock, it was very simple for Chunyang Palace to keep an eye on a shop. Yang Qin also stayed in the Sunset Rock for a few days and then left again. No one knew where he went. When Yang Qin appeared again, he was already in a secret Immortal's cave in the Xiantian sect. Opposite him was Sect Master Li of the Xiantian sect and the 36 Heavenly Dipper experts who were inseparable from the sect master. Of course, it was only Elderly who came out. After a formal greeting, Yang Qin took out a few jade boxes and respectfully sent them to Sect Masterly. I heard that the seniors of the sect have some injuries. These are some healing pills that Disciple personally refined. Please accept them, Master. Inside the jade box were the Merit Ganoderma jade pill and the newly refined Perfect Broken Limb Regeneration pill. But it was not a shocking 5th grade pill, but a 6th grade pill. In Yang Chen's words, 5th grade was naturally enough to deal with some human immortal disciples, but the injured were all Xian immortal seniors, so naturally he had to use the most carefully refined pills. This meeting gift made Sect Master Li and Elderly feel very comfortable. They had seen many disciples, but Yang Chen's disciple was the most worry-free. When it was time to show filial piety, he was never stingy, making people unable to have a bad opinion of him. In particular, this eyesight price, knowing when to send what was the most appropriate, this was the real ability. In contrast, those who were immersed in cultivation and only focused on improving their cultivation could not break the name of Yang Qin, and it was not surprising that they could not practice Yang Chen's alchemy level. There was a good saying that the insight into the affairs of the world was knowledge, and the sophistication of human feelings was an article. No wonder Yang Qin could secretly control the huge Chunying Palace without batting an eyelid, and how many outstanding disciples of the Xiantian sect could only do their own cultivation well, but they could not help much with the development of the sect. The reason was this. Yang Chen came here naturally to get more accurate information. What the palace master told Yang Qin was just the second-hand news collected from various places by Wanbao Tower and Wine Immortal House. The real key points were not detailed. If he wanted to understand, he could only find Xiantian sect who directly participated in the war. Without Yang Qin asking much, Elderly would tell these things to Yang Qin. Yang Chen was now not only a chess piece for the Xiantian sect to control the Chunying Palace, but also a think tank who could give advice to the sect master and the core executives. In addition, Yang Qin himself was very flexible. The last time he took the initiative to attack the Zhao family was Yang Chen's suggestion. Although it seemed that the major sect suffered heavy casualties because of this, people with discerning eyes could see that this time, although it was a defeat, it was a victory. Ordinary people fought for the long term, and the cultivators did not lack this kind of vision. Since Yang Chen came, he had to ask him what else he could do in the current situation. Chapter 2130. In the battle of the Zhao family's nest, all the elites of the major sect were sent out, and the two sides fought fiercely. Almost all of the core of the trial ground was turned over. With so many Xian immortal masters fighting, the Zhao family's ancestors were already very virtuous for not breaking the barriers at the edge of the core of the trial ground. The major sect did suffer a lot, but it was not as big as the outside world had said. The reason why there was such a rumor was that the major sect hoped that this would make the Zhao family relax their vigilance. They even wanted to take advantage of the situation. As long as they left the Zhao family's nest, they would not have the geographical advantage, and the major sect would be able to deal a heavy blow to the Zhao family again. However, this wishful thinking of the major sect was in vain. The Zhao family had also suffered great losses, and they had changed their leader. They were also working hard to restore their strength, but they were not fooled at all. Yang Qin used to be puzzled that the Zhao family had masters, but they were indifferent to the provocations of the major sects and allowed their masters to be killed. After consulting Big Brother Li Cheng, Yang Qin understood the Zhao family's thoughts. At that time, Big Brother Li Cheng didn't say much, and he didn't even explain directly. He just asked Yang Qin a question. If one day you can take the entire mysterious heaven sect into the mountain river geographical map, will you kill them all now? After entering the mountain river geographical map, it was not up to them. Of course, Yang Qin wouldn't do such a thing. Thinking about it this way, it was easy to understand why the Zhao family's masters ignored the outside world. Since they were going to be his slaves sooner or later, why did he have to kill them all? Moreover, with the major sect's confrontation, under pressure, the Zhao family's direct descendants could get good training. This was a rare opportunity for them, who had always been pampered. Since the direct descendants were not going to die, they could just treat it as an opportunity for their descendants to gain experience. Unless the descendants of the Zhao family were disappointing and had no other way out, perhaps the super experts of the Zhao family would take action. However, at most, they could only take action to maintain the balance. Otherwise, where would there be opponents for their descendants to grow? Moreover, in the demon beast space, those experts were really tied up by Big Brother Li Cheng's arrangements. On one hand, they had to solve the trouble caused by Yang Qin breaking the seal formation in advance, and on the other hand, they had to deal with the harassment set up by Big Brother Li Cheng. It was estimated that they themselves were not having an easy time either. Yang Qin guessed the thoughts of the masters of the Zhao family, so he was not worried about the major sect for the time being. There would definitely be battles, and they would be intense, but they wouldn't be too dangerous. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about the destruction of their sect for a very long time. However, Big Brother Li Cheng couldn't deal with the peak experts of the Zhao family alone. He would have to drag the people of the major sect, especially the mysterious heaven sect, down with him. The Zhao family must still have peerless experts, Yang Qin said with certainty. There must still be experts capable of crafting out gold immortal dragon puppets. After the battle between the two sides, Sect Master Li's understanding of the Zhao family has been further improved. Although it has not been completely confirmed, this possibility is extremely high. Sect Master Li and Elder Li both nodded in agreement. Are there any experts in the sect that can deal with them? Yang Qin asked this question directly, and then immediately gave his own explanation. I'm afraid the other party won't give us much time. If not, some things should be arranged as soon as possible. Yang Qin didn't hide his pessimistic tone, and he wasn't afraid that his pessimistic remarks would cause Sect Master Li and Elder Li to have any opinions about him. Those two were smart people, and truly smart people wouldn't be unable to understand the urgency of the situation. The Zhao family's top experts haven't appeared at this time. In addition to the idea of training the younger generation, I'm afraid they are also planning something big in other aspects. Yang Qin was afraid that the two of them wouldn't be able to make up their minds immediately, and quickly said, Once they recover, I'm afraid the situation will not be up to us. Sect Master Li and Elder Li listened to Yang Qin's words, and their expressions were very solemn. After the two of them looked at each other, they nodded indiscernibly. In your opinion, what are they trying to do? Sect Master Li asked Yang Qin another question. In this disciple's opinion, there has always been a problem on the Zhao family's side that can't be explained. Yang Qin didn't hide it and replied directly, Where did so many monsters come from in the demonic tribulation of the spiritual world? Where did the Zhao family capture so many monsters? Could it be that, like the demon continent in the mortal world, there are also some mother beasts in the core area that keep giving birth? No. Elder Li replied directly, The masters of the sect have explored many places in the core of the trial land. In addition to the Zhao family's lair, there is still a core place that can't be reached. but there is no aura of the monsters that were just born there. It seems that those powerful monsters were so strong at the beginning. Could it be that the Zhao family has a huge immortal's cave for raising monsters? Yang Qin couldn't help guessing. I'm afraid so. Sect Master Li and Elder Li probably thought about it on a daily basis, and they both nodded in agreement. They raised so many monsters, and there is a way to keep the monsters from ascending without crossing the tribulation. Yang Qin began to shake his head directly. If one day they can completely control the monsters, I am afraid there will be no other sect in the spiritual world, and only the Zhao family will be left. These are all speculations. Is there any way to find out the truth? Sect Master Li and Elder Li must have discussed these things for many years. They were not surprised by this, but they asked Yang Qin. Yang Qin had been wrong several times before. Now, although they also had targeted arrangements, it was good to listen to what Yang Qin had to say. There might be unexpected surprises. Anyway, this disciple was on the right track. His credit was always given to Sect Master Li every time. If you don't send someone to the Zhao family to see in person, you can't get the truth. Yang Qin shook his head, and it seemed to be an unconstructive opinion. But originally, after listening to the first half of Yang Qin's sentence, Sect Master Li and the others also felt a little disappointed. But suddenly hearing the word "but," the two of them suddenly became spirited. But what? This disciple accidentally found something, but I can't be sure. I still need to verify it. Yang Qin frowned and said, before this disciple came here this time, someone inexplicably bought the broken limb regeneration pill recipe from this disciple. When they heard that it was just the broken limb regeneration pill recipe, the two didn't seem to be surprised at all. There were countless people in the spiritual world who wanted to buy this pill recipe, but Yang Qin refused to sell it casually. If he was willing, he would have sold it a long time ago. The focus must be on the word inexplicable. There must be something strange about it that made Yang Qin feel inexplicable. Chapter 2131. Yang Qin was the alchemy master with the most outstanding potential. What kind of bewitching pill could escape his eyes and nose in the spiritual world? When Yang Qin said this, Sect Master Li and Great Elder didn't think he was arrogant at all. Instead, they nodded frequently. Not only did I sell it, but I didn't feel anything wrong after selling it. Yang Qin said what he felt strange. I even felt that I didn't do anything wrong for a long time. Don't worry, last time you said that the Zhao family may have a top master, we made targeted arrangements. Sect Master Li now began to seem close, not avoiding Yang Qin at all, and said with a smile, the masters of the sect urgently ascended and sent the news to the immortal world. In a few years, the higher-ups will be able to arrange masters to come down, and then everything will be free of worries. I said, this kid must be able to guess that the sect must have a way to deal with it. Great Elder pointed to Yang Qin, but he was talking with Sect Master Li with a smile. Zhao family, Sect Master Li was really good, and directly gave the answer that Yang Qin wanted the most. The major sect didn't use such means. They just bought it openly. Yang Qin had already sold it to them, so the major sect didn't have to doubt it. Danding School and several other sects famous for alchemy also had the same attitude. They came to ask for the pill recipe and paid the price, and Yang Qin would also sell it. There was no need to use such sneaky means. In addition, Yang Qin hurriedly added, when this disciple bought the Immortal's cave before, there was a shabby pavilion and a lost star pavilion that were very suspicious. It is said that they were closed shortly after this disciple left. If Master wants to check, then check them together. In addition, there was no other possibility except the Zhao family that could use so many masters and arrange for such a long time. The number of masters alone was enough to exclude more than 99% of the sect in the spiritual world. This point had already been announced when Yang Qin sold the secret of the 5th grade alchemist in the mortal world. With Sect Master Li's understanding of Yang Qin, they naturally knew these secrets and nodded. I'm wondering who would want the prescription, but can't buy it from Chunyang Palace above board. Yang Chen was planning to completely pull the profound heaven sect into the water and track down the matters of the Zhao family. The effect of the profound heaven sect coming forward was definitely 10,000 times more efficient than Yang Chen relying on the pure Yang Palace, 10,000 treasure tower, and the drunk Immortal house to investigate. Sect Master Li was also a person who was familiar with the affairs of the sect. He immediately understood that this treasure pavilion was definitely for the Zhao family to amass wealth. At this point, Yang Chen turned to Great Elder Li and asked respectfully, "Great Elder, if you want to make this disciple act according to your wishes in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, what methods can you use?" After a pause, Yang Chen added, "Forget about the medicine. This disciple still has this much confidence. This disciple will never casually sell the prescription to those who don't know its origin, no matter how high the price is." Yang Chen first expressed his attitude, lest people think he was greedy. But this time this disciple sold it. This sentence was actually nonsense. Even without Yang Chen saying it, Sect Master Li would arrange it. Yang Chen just said what Sect Master Li thought in his heart to show that he was not smarter than Sect Master Li. After the Great Elder pondered for a while, he slowly replied, "In the Sunset Rock, your vigilance will drop a lot. If this is the case, relying on the formation that has been arranged in advance, coupled with a few masters acting in secret, the possibility of success is very high. Until now, Master knows that the Zhao family has a top master, but he has always been calm. Obviously, he has a well-thought-out plan and has a way to deal with it. This disciple will not show his slight skill in front of an expert." Yang Chen smiled and flattered Sect Master Li. He was very smart and did not continue to show off. In addition, this disciple also secretly checked this Tong Bao pavilion afterwards, and there are no masters in it. Yang Chen nodded slightly, and then continued to say, "What means do you need to make this disciple fall into the trap without using any medicine?" "Where is it?" Sect Master Li also realized that something was wrong. There was definitely a big problem with the cultivator who blatantly schemed against Yang Chen. "Write it down. Go back and immediately send someone to thoroughly investigate this Tong Bao pavilion." Sect Master Li knew the purpose of Yang Chen saying this, and he was not afraid to run errands for his disciple. Anyway, it was against the Zhao family, and getting the news was also his credit, so why not? If he can't even think of this, how can he be qualified to be my disciple? Sect Master Li was very proud, and his disciple had won face for him in front of the Great Elder, and he was very happy. However, since Sect Master Li had asked this, it was not good to not say a word, so Yang Chen added another sentence. "If there are also top masters in the sect, it is best to enter the core of the trial land to carefully investigate where those monsters came from, and what the Zhao family is doing sneakily. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose 100 battles. If the 36 celestial dippers come out together and fully display the art of bewitchment, with the array that has already been set up, and a few masters who control the array, it is estimated that it is about the same." Sect Master Li was also waiting for the answer. After pondering for a while, the Great Elder finally gave a group of inferences. "At least 50 celestial dipper masters can make you fall into the trap unknowingly." 90% certainty? The Great Elder smiled bitterly. For this kind of thing, it was already very rare to have a 60 to 70% certainty. If you want to have a 90% certainty, I am afraid that the number of masters involved is not a simple number. How high is the possibility? Yang Chen was not afraid of offending the Great Elder and immediately asked, "Can it be 90%? That is in Sunset Rock. Once it is discovered by the disciples, not to mention the masters of Chunying Palace. All the masters of all the shops in Sunset Rock will come out. Without more than 90% certainty, they will never dare to act rashly. Apart from these, do you have any other thoughts?" Sect Master Li waited for Yang Chen to express his doubts and also prepared to investigate in detail in the future, and then asked Yang Chen more thoughts. Elders must know that this disciple has some unusual talents. Yang Chen was not afraid to boast and said, "I was born to be able to multitask." As he said, Yang Chen easily drew a circle with one hand and a square with the other, drawing 2 circles in the air. "It is in Sunset Rock, Tongbao Pavilion." Yang Chen replied quickly. When this disciple reacted, there was no one in the Tongbao Pavilion except for 2 little guys who didn't care much. About 10 days later, this disciple suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yang Chen said that he was gifted in order to explain the strangeness. That decision was not made by this disciple when he was sober. "They are all named after the pavilion. Interesting." Sect Master Li nodded. This was not a big deal, and he could check it together. Chapter 2132. The spiritual world had an expert beyond the intermediate golden immortal stage, which would definitely surprise the immortal world's Xiantian sect. Of course, it was not because of the existence of an expert, but because of the existence of an expert in their sworn enemy, the Zhao family. It was not only the Xiantian sect that was nervous. It was estimated that all the major sects had the same worries. Although each major sect had thousands of Xian immortal experts in the spiritual world, these supreme experts were no match for an expert beyond the intermediate golden immortal stage. Knowing this news, all the sect would definitely make targeted arrangements. Of course, the Xiantian sect would not be stupid enough to bear all the pressure themselves. It was enough for them to take the lead. The other sect naturally had to let others contribute. This was called good for everyone. The Xiantian sect couldn't be the only big sect. The mortal world's Taishanmen violated this taboo, so they were exterminated. The high-level members of the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world and the immortal world had carefully studied the real reason for the extermination of the mortal world's Taishanmen. The matter of the young sect master, Li Liheng, was a trigger. Yang Lan was just a villain who got his way. The real fundamental reason was that the mortal world's Taishanmen were too overbearing, which caused public anger. This led to the incident of the young sect master. He was immediately attacked by everyone, and no one said a good word to support him. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Even animals knew this truth. It was impossible for the dignified Xiantian sect not to understand this truth. They would definitely learn a lesson. So last time, after Yang Chen speculated that the Zhao family had a top expert, Sect Master Li also sent this judgment to the major sect with the foresight of the battle in the Zhao family's lair. Now, the words of Sect Master Li of the Xiantian sect were not nonsense. The Xiantian sect, which had taken the lead in several consecutive battles against the Zhao family, had proved that their sect master's divine strategy was always ahead of the enemy. Although what he said was clearly a guess, the previous few times had proved his foresight, and this time was no exception. The major sect mobilized urgently and sent people to fly to the immortal world to inform their respective sect. No matter how much discord there was between the major sect in the past, or how irreconcilable the Taoists, demons were in the face of a common enemy like the Zhao family, they had to be united. Of course, when Sect Master Li told Yang Chen, his glorious image was not mentioned at all, and he only praised Yang Chen a few times. Looking at this disciple's happy appearance, Sect Master Li was also happy in his heart. Of course, Yang Chen was happy. Every major sect was going to send experts to the lower bound. This way, he would have more confidence in dealing with the Zhao family. But this would also make the Zhao clan sense great danger, and then they would fight back with all their might. If all the big sect could send experts to the mortal world, why couldn't the Zhao family do the same? It would be easier to fish in troubled waters if the situation was messed up. This was especially so when there were people in the vanguard. He could sit back and reap the benefits, but he would not let Yang Chen fall behind at all. Yang Chen suddenly realized that he was really black-bellied. He actually enjoyed this feeling. Knowing this news, Yang Chen was already very satisfied. Sect Master Li was also very satisfied. This disciple was considerate and sent gifts in time. He also accidentally found a shop with bad intentions. And not one, but 3. If he followed the investigation, he would definitely be able to dig out a lot more. In the blink of an eye, he would have made another great contribution. Sect Master Li had never doubted Yang Chen's judgment, let alone Yang Chen's vision. So if Yang Chen said that there was a problem with those shops, then there must be a problem. What's more, there was such a strange matter of buying pill recipes. If he continued to investigate, the mysterious Heaven sect would definitely be able to take the lead in dealing with the Zhao family. If this matter was done well, wouldn't it be another merit when the seniors from the Immortal world descended a few years later? This was the case internally and externally. He believed that with the performance of the mysterious Heaven sect, the seniors in the sect would also be very satisfied with him as the current sect master of the mysterious Heaven sect. It had to be known that according to the rules of the mysterious Heaven sect, Sect Master Li was not qualified to serve as the sect master of the mysterious Heaven sect. That was the position reserved for the Taishaman who had ascended from the mortal world. But now something had happened to the Taishaman in the mortal world. In addition, the young sect master who had ascended was much less qualified, powerful, and influential than Sect Master Li. So Sect Master Li was able to sit in this position. Strictly speaking, Sect Master Li's position was a bit unjustifiable. But now that Sect Master Li had succeeded, the mysterious Heaven sect could be said to have been thriving. Except for the lack of follow-up disciples, everything else was in order. He discovered the hidden spies of the Zhao family, saved the life of Sect Master Wang in a crisis, repeatedly took the lead in the battle against the Zhao family, destroyed the Three River sect, the Holocaust sect, and the 10,000 Demon sect, found the Zhao family's lair, and eliminated many of the Zhao family's core masters. In addition, he discovered the secrets of the Zhao family's top masters. With these things done one by one, Sect Master Li's position was as stable as Mount Tai. This was not counting the fact that his disciple had already taken control of the Chunyang Palace. It was still kept secret. But the next day, when it was needed, the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world would immediately become another Taishaman. These were all solid achievements that allowed Sect Master Li to stand tall in front of the ancestors of the sect. Now, who would dare to have half a word of dissatisfaction with him succeeding as Sect Master Li, with a reward that far exceeded the value of the medicinal pills he had given? Yang Chen left the mysterious Heaven sect with satisfaction. Everything was carried out in secret. Even Tao Junkie, who was Yang Chen's concubine, did not know that Yang Chen and the mysterious Heaven sect had such a deep relationship. Yang Chen was not surprised that the mysterious Heaven sect would send masters to the mortal world. Knowing that the other side had a top master, it was not the style of the mysterious Heaven sect to wait for death. This was also good. Only when they were evenly matched could the battle be more intense. Anyway, both sides were not good people. Gong Sunling and the others stayed in the Dragon Palace and did not go out. For the time being, Yang Chen did not have to worry about them being disturbed. As long as they did not go to the demonic beast dimension, there were no experts in the spiritual realm that could threaten Yang Chen's family. With A.O. Lan and Lin Jinyuan around and the dragon puppet, it was enough to ensure that the process of refining the demonic world would be worry-free. Yang Chen was planning to take a look at the Sunset Rock before returning to the Chunyang Palace. However, when he passed by the Sunset Rock, he heard a piece of news. This made Yang Chen change his schedule. The news was sent by Elder Wu Xiong. It was about an auction. There was a batch of treasures to be auctioned in the market of the Reincarnation Valley, a super demonic race sect. The items were not bad. However, what was strange was that the final item was something that no one had heard of before. It was called the Heart of Red Jade. Elder Wu did not know what this was. Coincidentally, Yang Chen passed by and showed it to Yang Chen. Elder Wu even asked, "What is this Heart of Red Jade? Could it be that the demonic race likes to eat people's hearts?" It was not that Elder Wu was dissatisfied. It was just that the name made people think too much. "Are you sure? Heart of Red Jade?" Hearing this name, Yang Chen immediately stood up. It was like he had heard something incredible. His face was filled with surprise and joy. Chapter 21:33. That's right, that's what's written on it. Elder Wu Xiong looked at Yang Chen's surprised expression and knew that this Hongzhuang jade-like heart was something extraordinary. Afraid that he might have made a mistake, he passed the jade slip over for Yang Chen to check. Of course, Yang Chen didn't doubt Elder Wu, so he waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for that. Standing up, Yang Chen started to pace back and forth on the ground as if he was thinking about something he didn't understand. What is this thing? Elder Wu Xiong was confused by Yang Chen's actions and asked quickly. Even with Elder Wu Xiong's knowledge, he had never heard of this Hongzhuang jade-like heart, a type of medicinal herb, extremely precious. Yang Chen's words made Elder Wu Xiong understand the value of it immediately. If even Yang Chen said that it was extremely precious, then it was definitely something extraordinary. Wu Xiong had never heard the word extraordinary from Yang Chen before. Elder Wu Xiong saw that Yang Chen was still a little hesitant and was very confused. He immediately blurted out, "Then what are you hesitating for?" Elder Wu Xiong and Yang Chen were friends in the mortal world, so he didn't care about those superficial things and said whatever was on his mind. "It's because it's too precious." Yang Chen smiled bitterly and explained, "It's so precious that it shouldn't appear in the spiritual realm. Even in the celestial realm, it's rare. Even the Queen Mother of the West couldn't get one even after tens of thousands of years, but it actually appeared in the spiritual realm. Elder, don't you think it's strange?" Elder Wu Xiong didn't find it strange that Yang Chen knew something that no one else knew. It was normal for him to know something that didn't appear in the spiritual realm, so Elder Wu Xiong wouldn't be surprised by this. But he was still frightened by the words that Yang Chen said later. Something that was so rare even in the celestial realm actually appeared in the spiritual realm. What kind of concept was this? The first thought in Elder Wu Xiong's mind was that it was fake, and the second thought was whether this was a trap. Elder Wu Xiong couldn't help but think like this. He understood the preciousness of this thing. In fact, Yang Chen hesitated because of this. Did the invitation introduce what this Hongzhuang jade-like heart is? Yang Chen thought of something and asked again. Elder Wu Xiong directly put the jade slip into Yang Chen's hands and let him read it himself. At the same time, he said, "There's only a strange name. There's nothing else." Yang Chen glanced at the contents of the jade slip, and sure enough, as Elder Wu said, there was only a bare name on the final item and nothing else. Is this invitation sent to the Pure Yang Palace or the 10,000 Treasure Tower? Yang Chen thought about the details and asked again. Elder Wu Xiong was now in charge of Wanbao Tower and often received invitations to such auctions. He knew it very well. It was sent very casually. There was no special explanation. It was a bit routine. Elder Wu Xiong was currently in charge of the Myriad Treasure Tower and frequently received this kind of auction invitations. He understood this very well. What that side sent over was also very casual. There wasn't any special explanation, somewhat like a routine matter. Elder Wu Xiong was now in charge of Wanbao Tower and often received such auctions. He knew it very well. It was sent very casually. There was no special explanation. It was a bit routine. Wanbao Tower had a lot of autonomy under Elder Wu Xiong's management. He didn't have to ask for permission for everything. He just had to make the decision. In that case, it seemed that the other party didn't have any intention of plotting against him. Yang Chen was a little nervous now. No matter what happened, he would first consider whether someone was targeting him. Yang Chen also realized that this was not a good habit. Although it was not a bad thing to be vigilant, it was a little too much to be so careful. It would be a lie to say that Yang Chen was not tempted by this kind of good thing that couldn't be found anywhere in the celestial realm. However, some things had to be thought clearly. Elder, do you think they know how precious this thing is? Yang Chen asked for Elder Wu Xiong's opinion. Elder Wu was very good at doing business. He should have the most say in this. They probably know a little. Elder Wu Xiong thought for a while and answered, they know that this thing is precious, so they put it at the finale. However, they probably don't know much. Otherwise, this kind of thing shouldn't have appeared at the auction. Yang Chen followed Elder Wu Xiong's words. If that's the case, then it's necessary to make a trip. Good things can't go to those who don't know what's good for them. If we don't take what the heavens give us, we will be punished. Elder Wu Xiong had the same idea. When he heard that this was a good thing that couldn't even be found in the celestial realm, he immediately had this idea. I'll make a trip myself. This was a serious matter. Elder Wu Xiong didn't care about his identity as the manager of Wanbao Tower. He decided to make a trip to the auction in the Reincarnation Valley. No, Yangchen, you have to go too. After Elder Wu Xiong made his own decision, he immediately thought of a possibility and hurriedly pulled Yangchen along. I don't know what this Hongzhuang jade heart is. You have to go and see if it's real or not. Yangchen couldn't refuse this request at all. If there was anyone in this world who knew the Hongzhuang jade heart, it was probably him besides Big Brother Li Cheng. He definitely had to make a trip. Moreover, Yangchen had to see such a rare treasure no matter what. At the front, Yangchen just nodded and agreed to accompany Elder Wu Xiong, and immediately thought of another possibility. Didn't the Xiantian sect already arrange for experts to go to the lower realm? Sect Master Li said that he had already pulled all the major sect into the water. The Xiantian sect had experts go to the lower realm, so naturally all the major sect had similar arrangements. The people of the spiritual realm didn't know about this thing, but the people of the celestial realm might not. Could it be that this was a signal from a big shot in the Samsara Valley to the experts of the other sect in the lower realm? The more Yang Qin thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. In that case, it was likely that the experts of the Samsara Valley had already gone to the lower realm and planned to gather the experts of the other sect to discuss how to deal with the Zhao family. That was why they came up with such a method, using the rare treasure of the celestial realm to remind them and give them a reason not to go too far. If this was the case, perhaps this Hongzhuang jade heart might not really exist. Of course, this was only Yang Chen's guess. Things were precious and extremely rare, but not everyone needed them. Yang Chen, what is the use of this Hongzhuang jade heart? On the way, Elder Wu Xiong asked while drinking wine in the Five Elements Dragon Palace, which had become one with the Xiantian underworld sea shuttle. Until now, Yang Chen had never said anything about this rare treasure and grand plan. Elder Wu Xiong was also very curious. For you and me, it doesn't mean much. Yang Chen didn't hide much and said directly, or it doesn't mean much to men, but as long as it's a woman, she will want it at all costs. Chapter 2134. Elder Wu had been doing business for many years, so he knew what was popular and what was hard to sell. What men like, what women pay attention to, it was even more clear. Yang Qin said so. Elder Wu had a number in her heart. Is it for beauty maintenance? Although Elder Wu's guess was not far from the mark, there was Yang Qin in front of him. Why should he only use the answer that he was sure of? He could just ask directly. Beauty maintenance. Yang Chen nodded and emphasized the word forever. Hiss, what kind of person was Elder Wu Xiong? How could he not hear Yang Chen's meaning? It sounded like beauty maintenance wasn't that special. The appearance pill that Yang Chen was auctioning in Wanbao Tower and the appearance pill all had the same effect. It was also boasted to the public. However, the word forever that was advertised in Wanbao Tower and the word forever that Yang Chen emphasized had two different meanings. Elder Wu Xiong knew that the word forever that Yang Chen mentioned meant forever. Whether it was the beauty-nourishing pill or the everlasting beauty pill, both had a time limit. They were pills of different cultivation levels and grades. If they could guarantee a lifespan of 1,000 years or even longer, then they were already of the highest quality. However, it was rubbish compared to the ability to preserve one's appearance forever. No wonder even the Queen Mother of the West wanted it. For women, it was their lifeline. Yang Chen had many wives and concubines, so naturally, all of them liked this kind of thing. However, he didn't know how many beauties there were. If it wasn't enough, Yang Chen would have to give it to Madame Bai. Anyway, Madame Bai liked this kind of thing the most. It was worth it, even if it was 10 times more expensive to flatter Ancestor Lu. After serving Madame Bai well, would Ancestor Lu not give in? In this world, nothing was more powerful than pillow talk. Even immortals were no exception. Some people really couldn't stand it. Just as he thought of Madame Bai, she came out of the Dragon Palace. All this time, Madame Bai and Yang Chen's wives and concubines had been killing in the Devil World. Madame Bai put in a lot of effort. She had never seen such a ferocious scene before. They were all cultivators, so how could they not understand the benefits of this experience? Unfortunately, Madame Bai had another quirk. Or rather, it couldn't be called a quirk. It was that she loved cleanliness. Although he had not reached the point of being misophobic, he still had to return to the Dragon Palace and carefully clean himself up after training in the demon realm for a period of time. Today was the day that Madame Bai brought a few personal maids back to wash away the dust of her travels. Be it the demon world, the mountain river geographical map, or the Dragon Palace, they were all defenseless to Madame Bai. She could go wherever she wanted. The third primordial spirit and Xiao Tian were very attentive on this point, not daring to make her feel any discomfort. Madame Bai had just left the Devil World and had yet to enter the Wood Dragon Palace when she heard Yang Chen say, "Forever beautiful." At this time, Madame Bai did not even bother to take a bath and flew directly to Yang Chen's side. "Madame Bai, hello." Yang Chen hurriedly got up to greet her and did not forget to give Elder Wu Xiong a wink. Elder Wu Xiong was a smart person. How could he not see the meaning of Yang Chen's words? He quickly stood up respectfully and made a junior's etiquette. Madame Bai didn't even look at Elder Wu Xiong. She sat down on the seat of honor and asked, "What can make a beauty last forever?" Well, since these words have been heard by Madame Bai, Yang Chen certainly did not dare to hide anything, and honestly said the heart of a beauty. What? There is actually a heart of a beauty being auctioned here? Although part of Madame Bai's memory was sealed, it was only the part about Ancestor Lu. Her other knowledge was still there. In the past, the Peony Fairy also mixed with the Queen Mother of the West. How could she not know this famous, sacred object for female cultivators? Which ignorant person is willing to sell the heart of a beauty? Madame Bai was so happy that she almost fainted. "Hurry up and buy it, no matter the price." This disciple is going to buy this thing for Madame. Yang Chen, now, claimed to be a disciple in front of Madame Bai. Of course, he had to flatter her fully. He also had to express his attitude clearly in order to win a good impression. "Well, your filial piety is commendable." Madame Bai patted Yang Chen's shoulder approvingly. She was an elder, so it was understandable for her to do so. However, Elder Wu Xiong, who was next to her, was confused. He was also more and more shocked by Madame Bai's identity. With Yang Chen's current reputation and status, all the major sect masters were polite to him. Even the palace master of Chunying Palace might not be able to pat Yang Chen's shoulder like this. Although Yang Chen certainly would not care about the palace master's casual attitude. However, this madam from Yang Chen's mouth seemed so natural. Yang Chen even had an expression of honor. What was the identity of this woman? "By the way, if you give me the heart of a beauty, how will you explain it to the beauties in your family?" Madame Bai was in a good mood and relaxed a lot. She directly asked a question that made Yang Chen embarrassed. Her heart was as happy as a little girl. She wanted to see Yang Chen embarrassed. That will depend on whether Madame's reward is generous enough to shut their mouths. Since Madame Bai had a mischievous heart, Yang Chen was also happy to accompany her. He wanted to make her happy, and at the same time, he did not forget to ask for his own reward. She did not make fun of Yang Chen. Instead, she was defeated by Yang Chen. Madame Bai was not discouraged, but her competitive heart was greatly aroused. In her memory, No one dared to talk to her like this for many years. There was a closeness from the bottom of her heart. That depends on whether you can do it well or not. Madame Bai left a string of silver bell-like laughter and went straight to the wood dragon palace. In the distance, he could still hear her voice. Hurry up and prepare the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. I want to take a bath. Elder Wu Xiong, who was standing obediently as a wooden stake, listened to the last sentence and almost fell to the ground. 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, was it used for bathing? When he could no longer see the shadow of Madame Bai, Elder Wu Xiong's face was extremely wonderful, and he whispered to Yang Qin, "This lady is—" "I can't say." Yang Qin shook his head directly. Except for big brother Li Cheng, no one else knew about the secret. Even his own wives and concubines did not reveal a trace, let alone Elder Wu Xiong. However, if you serve this lady well, there will be great benefits. Yang Qin also did not forget to remind Elder Wu Xiong. Whether he could get the light or not depended on Elder Wu's luck. Others could not help the big character of the big character. As long as the heart of a beauty is done well this time, she will be very satisfied. Chapter 2135. Madame Bai's appearance made Elder Wu Xiong no longer interested in asking questions. He quietly tasted his wine along the way and followed Yang Qin to their destination. The Reincarnation Valley had to cross half of the spiritual realm. Even with the speed of the mysterious Dark Sea Shuttle, it would take more than half a year. Fortunately, the scale of the auction was relatively large, and the invitation had been sent more than a year in advance. There was enough time for them to get there. Even so, time was tight, and they couldn't stop on the way. Ever since she heard about the beauty of the heart, Madame Bai didn't want to go back to the Devil Realm. She just waited in the Dragon Palace. No matter what, she had to see Yang Qin buy the thing with her own eyes. The auction was held in the Reincarnation Valley, so the host was of course the Reincarnation Valley. There were many good things to be auctioned this time, so it naturally attracted the attention of all sides. There was an endless stream of cultivators coming to the Reincarnation Valley. If the Reincarnation Valley hadn't used the name of the sect to immediately take out a large cave manor as a reception place, they wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many guests. Seeing that the auction was about to start, the Reincarnation Valley was almost ready. All the distinguished guests were also greeted by the Reincarnation Valley's VIPs. Everything seemed to be in order. Lu Wuji was a sky immortal cultivator. Although he was only at the early stage, he received a grand reception in the Reincarnation Valley. It was because he had a good father. His father was the first elder of the Black Tortoise Academy, a super sect in the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Speaking of which, Lu Wuji didn't completely rely on his father to achieve his current achievements. He had his own unique talent, which made him stand out in the Black Tortoise Academy. From the beginning, he had been an outstanding young talent. Now that he had cultivated to the Sky Immortal level, he was also a very famous master. Not only that, Lu Wuji was also a very handsome cultivator. He treated people very well and always made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. His interpersonal relationships were a mess. It was unknown how many female cultivators secretly admired him, hoping to become young Master Lu's dual cultivation partner. But young Master Lu only tactfully refused. With such a background, strength, handsome appearance, and elegant demeanor, he would naturally be a popular character no matter where he went. Most importantly, young Master Lu was generous and amiable. As long as one was a businessman, they would definitely like such a good customer. Of course, the Samsara Valley's auction welcomed such potential buyers. Young Master Lu's arrival was received by an elder of the Samsara Valley. Although he was just an ordinary elder, he was the first elder in charge of external affairs in the Samsara Valley. He was only one rank lower than the hall leader of the External Affairs Hall. He definitely gave young Master Lu enough face. In fact, no one knew why young Master Lu had come. He didn't come here for any auction items, but for the 2 stunning beauties of the demon clan. Hua Xinger from the Reincarnation Valley and Hu Yuexian from the Dongxian Gate were both famous beauties among the demons. One was a flower fairy, and the other was a fox immortal. They were originally a race that produced handsome men and beautiful women, and these two were even more beautiful among beautiful women. Among the demon race, their reputation was even more resounding than Yang Chen's alchemy skills. It was rumored that when Hua Xinger had just ascended from the mortal world, some of the earth immortals and even human immortals in the Samsara Valley had fought to be her favorite, causing chaos within the sect. If not for the fact that the master of the Samsara Valley had decisively taken Hua Xinger in as a personal disciple and allowed her to cover her face and go into seclusion for hundreds of years, who knew how much more chaos would have been caused. Hu Yuexian was even more outrageous. Born of the Fox clan, she was seductive to the bone. Almost as long as she glanced at them, many cultivators with hearts of stone would feel their bones go numb on the spot. Although it was rumored that she had many admirers, not a single one dared to stand out and admit it. Many cultivators dreamed of becoming the cultivation partner of these two women, but unfortunately not a single one had succeeded. Not only were the two women extremely knowledgeable, but their status in the sect was no less than that of Shan and Sun Qingxue. They had a background, they had strength, and they did not hesitate. Many cultivators wanted to get close to them, but the two women were still single. This gave many cultivators hope. Everyone wanted to be the first cultivation partner of the two women. Young Master Lu Wuji was one of them. He was also one of the more valiant cultivators who had been pursuing the two women. The reason he was said to be valiant was not that Lu Wuji's cultivation was invincible among the competitors. Rather, the cultivators who offended Lu Wuji would inexplicably meet with bad luck. They would either die or contract a serious illness that could not be cured. They could only lie on their sick beds and wail in agony. In short, as long as they were involved in trouble with young Master Lu, they would end up like this. At first, everyone thought that it was young Master Lu's father who had taken action. Some reputable experts immediately went to look for him. In the end, Great Elder Lu had always been in seclusion in the sect and rarely appeared. Black Tortoise Academy even vowed that the sect had never interfered in this matter. Only then did the experts retreat. But in this way, young Master Lu's mysteriousness and ruthlessness became the other side of young Master Lu. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to have any discord with young Master Lu. It was the same now. Young Master Lu came to the Reincarnation Valley and was solemnly received in a separate courtyard. The servants of the Reincarnation Valley served him attentively. Even his private request to live closer to Hua Xing and Hu Yuexian were completely fulfilled. They did not dare to slight him in the slightest. Compared to the other cultivators who had rushed to participate in the auction, young Master Lu could be considered the most solemn one. After all, this was just a simple auction. There were a lot of good things being sold, but not everyone needed them. No sect would specially make an appearance for this. The cultivators who came all represented themselves, so young Master Lu was currently the proudest of them all. The successor of the great elder of Black Tortoise Academy should receive such treatment no matter where he went. Compared to the other impatient perverts, young Master Lu was very patient in chasing after the two fairies. He fully understood the principle of being hasty and not eating hot tofu, so he had always been graceful. He was especially good at observing the two fairies' expressions. At least he already had the qualifications to not be rejected when he visited the two fairies. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before he won the beauties. Today was the day the auction would be held. Originally, young Master Lu had his eyes on two unique treasures and was waiting to display his might at the auction. He would buy them and give them to the two fairies to win their smiles. But now his good mood was completely destroyed. The chief external affairs elder of the Reincarnation Valley, who was supposed to be by his side, actually left young Master Lu behind after receiving a message from a disciple and went out to welcome them. That was not all. He even saw Miss Hua Xing, of the Reincarnation Valley, and that elder go out to welcome them through a crack in the door of the private room. Chapter 2136. Even though the external affairs elder apologized to young Master Lu again and again before leaving, young Master Lu was already filled with rage. There was nothing wrong with a guest coming at the last minute. There were always accidents when doing business. It was not a big deal for the external affairs elder to go out and welcome them. But why did Miss Hua Xing also go out to welcome them? However, Lu Wuji quickly calmed himself down. He believed that with the Flower Fairy's status and foresight, she wouldn't be so senseless as to do something like this. The only possibility was that the Flower Fairy's best friend had come, which was why she would do this. Thinking of this, young Master Lu calmed down. It was very normal for the Flower Fairy to go out and welcome a close friend. With the Flower Fairy status, her close friend must be very important. It was even more normal for the external affairs elder to go out and welcome them. However, before he could sit down properly, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Miss Hu Yuxian rushing out in a hurry. This made young Master Lu restless. This was the Samsara Valley. The Flower Fairy going out to welcome guests was fulfilling her role as a host. But what about Fairy Hu going out? Yes, she must be a close friend of the two fairies. Otherwise, with their pride and the fact that they were secretly fighting each other, Hu Yuxian would definitely not lower her head in the territory of a competitor. The box that young Master Lu was in was the best VIP box in the entire auction house. Even though it was not the most distinguished one, it was the most distinguished one among the guests. The auction house had never opened the boxes that were better than young Master Lu's box. Unless the sect leader of a major sect came in person, those few boxes would be opened. Or if it was young Master Lu's father, the great elder of the Black Tortoise Academy and other distinguished guests. Young Master Lu occupying this box was already the limit of his status. No matter how much the Samsara Valley valued young Master Lu, they did not compare him to the sect leader of a major sect. Young Master Lu did not feel angry about this. There was no more distinguished guest present than him. Just as he sat down with this thought, he suddenly heard the welcoming music coming from outside. Not long after, the Reincarnation Valley's Foreign Affairs Elder, Flower Fairy, and Fairy who surrounded a young man and walked past young Master Lu's private room. They walked directly to the most distinguished private rooms in the auction house. 2 servants had already opened the door of the private room. The 18 female disciples of the Samsara Valley stood on both sides. The leader of the External Affairs Hall of the Samsara Valley personally stood at the door of the private room and waited, welcoming the young man whose cultivation level was unknown into the private room. What made young Master Lu even more incredulous was that the hall master of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Samsara Valley, who had never appeared, personally accompanied the distinguished guests from all over the world until the auction was about to begin. The chief elder did not even have the right to wait on him and hurried back after sending him to the door of the box. Just as young Master Lu was feeling indignant, the welcoming music sounded again. The External Affairs elder had already ushered in a young man whose cultivation level was unfathomable. This young man was almost the same as the previous one. They both had an indescribable bearing, and there was an indescribable pressure in his disdainful gaze. Even though young Master Lu had the cultivation of a heaven immortal, he still felt a little frightened when he was looked at from afar. 2 consecutive people that young Master Lu felt that he could not afford to offend made young Master Lu feel a little better, and his anger subsided a lot. Those 2 people did not look like they were easy to deal with. They must be hermits from some sect, so it was normal for them to be treated with more respect than him. But the next one was something that young Master Lu could not forgive. The External Affairs elder almost had a flattering smile on his face as he brought in a young man with the cultivation of an earth immortal. They went straight to the largest private room in the center of the auction house. The young earth immortal was accompanied by a veiled woman and an ordinary-looking big man. The woman's cultivation level was obviously very high, but the young man walked in the middle. Someone who could bring such an expert was obviously not easy to deal with. Young Master Lu had originally planned to endure it, but when he saw the next scene, he could no longer suppress his anger. The Flower Fairy and the Hu Fairy, who he had always wanted to hit on but had never said anything to them, were now accompanying the young Earth Immortal with smiles on their faces. They followed the young man into the private room and did not come out again. Seeing this scene, young Master Lu was so angry that his lungs almost came out. Who was that guy the Samsara Valley had arranged for such a grand reception? Young Master Lu thought about all the young disciples of similar age and cultivation level in all the major sect, but he could not find a suitable one. If it was the two young men who looked like experts, it would be fine. After all, the other party's cultivation level was enough to make him shudder with fear. The Samsara Valley could not pay too much attention to them. But what right did that Earth Immortal Jr. have? No matter how respectable his identity was, it was enough to have the Hall Master of the External Affairs Hall accompany him. Why did the Flower Fairy and the Hu Fairy enter that private room? How could he allow someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth to complicate matters when he had already reserved it? If this could be tolerated, what could not? After that, no more distinguished guests came. After a while, the Chief External Affairs Elder returned to young Master Lu's private room. After all, apart from those few, young Master Lu's identity was the most special. Although he was very angry, young Master Lu acted as if nothing had happened. When the External Affairs Elder sat down, he asked casually, "Who are those people? Why is it so grand?" Perhaps it was because the Foreign Affairs Elder had always been very fond of his cultured and refined appearance. But he didn't hide too much from young Master Lu. He simply replied, "The two in front are the two great elders of the Limitless Demon Sect and the Qin Sect. They haven't been involved in worldly affairs for a long time, and it's rare for them to deign to come here. Two hidden great elders of a super sect. Their status was much higher than young Master Lu's. Perhaps only young Master Lu's father could be compared to them. In that case, the Samsara Valley's reception was not too much. Who is the young distinguished guest in the back? I've never seen him before." Young Master Lu asked in a casual tone. Young Master Lu must know him. The External Affairs Elder did not worry about him, and replied with a smile, "Master Yongqin of Chunying Palace has come to attend the auction in person. Master Yang has done the sect a great favor. Our sect welcomes him with open arms." When he heard that the other party was Master Yang of Chunying Palace, whose name had almost resounded throughout the spiritual realm for the past 1,000 years, young Master Lu's heart suddenly jumped. If it was just a medicinal herb that Yongqin had taken a fancy to, it would not be a big deal. As long as he bought it, it would be fine. But the problem was that Master Yang of Chunying Palace was famous for being affectionate. He had many wives and concubines, and all of them were outstanding fairies. Did he also take a fancy to Fairy Hu and Flower Fairy? Chapter 2137. On the surface, young Master Lu looked like a gentle and refined young master, but in reality, he wasn't an easy person to get along with. Any cultivator who dared to provoke him openly or secretly would be killed by him in secret. Other than young Master Lu's father, Elder Lu, no one knew that Lu Wuji had a special talent, killing curse. This was an extraordinary ability that came with him from the womb. Perhaps it was related to the fact that young Master Lu's parents were supreme mystic immortals. When cultivators gave birth to children, generally speaking, like what was going on in the Xiantian sect, it was a marriage between a high-level cultivator and a human immortal native. The child born would be a cultivator 2 realms lower than the high-level cultivator. The heaven immortal parents would give birth to a human immortal cultivator, while the mystic immortal parents would give birth to an earth immortal cultivator. However, young Master Lu's parents were both mystic immortal experts. Not only that, but his father was the great elder of the Xuanwu Academy, and his mother was the supreme elder of a small sect in the demon sect. Perhaps it was because his mother had cultivated some similar techniques that young Master Lu had this magical ability since he was in the womb. After discovering this, Young Master Lu secretly practiced this technique diligently. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary cultivator, a son inheriting his father's legacy, which was the same as Elder Lu's cultivation technique. However, no one knew that he secretly inherited it from his mother. Especially this special talent, there were no signs when it was used. It was invisible, colorless, and impossible to guard against. Even if it was a mystic immortal cultivator who was a realm higher than young Master Lu, as long as the difference wasn't too great, young Master Lu could use his killing curse talent to silently curse the opponent. The level of cultivation could also determine life and death. However, under young Master Lu's killing curse, those with high cultivation could only avoid death, but they would still suffer. As for those with low cultivation, they could only die. This was also why all the cultivators who went against young Master Lu inexplicably either fell sick or died. No one knew this secret except for young Master Lu's parents. Right now, young Master Lu was supposed to be the most distinguished guest, but suddenly 3 unordinary fellows appeared. Not only did they forcefully steal young Master Lu's limelight, they even forcefully occupied young Master Lu's favorite flower fairy and fairy who. If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? So what if he was an expert? Even if the other party could kill young Master Lu in a single move, young Master Lu did not offend anyone who would lower themselves to take the initiative to attack him. However, young Master Lu did not have such scruples. He used a killing curse, and no one could tell. So what if he was an alchemy grandmaster? He was merely an earthly immortal realm junior. So young Master Lu would absolutely not allow this fellow who occupied his future to continue living. Even if the 2 fairies were only accompanying him out of politeness or the sex intention, young Master Lu couldn't take it lying down. Young Master Lu was not a kind-hearted person. He would do it without hesitation. The private rooms were so close to each other, and it was such a good opportunity to make a move. If he didn't make a move now, would he have to specifically look for the other party's whereabouts in the future? The invisible killing curse was launched from young Master Lu's Sea of Consciousness. It quickly flew to the targets in the 3 private rooms not far away. Anyway, the people who were hit by his invisible killing curse would not have any problems immediately. They would do what they were supposed to do, and no one would be able to see any abnormalities. Until the curse accumulated enough damage, it would not be activated. No one would know that it was done by him. Young Master Lu had absolute confidence in his invisible killing curse. As long as he was hit by his invisible killing curse, he would either die or be injured. At worst, he would be seriously ill and would not be able to recover for hundreds of years. This was the result of offending him. The young man sitting in the private room, closest to young Master Lu, suddenly felt a gust of cold wind. This was in the private room. Where did the wind come from? Then his body seemed to be cold, as if his sea of consciousness was also cold. This young man, who was also as handsome as Jade, sat in the same place. The elder of Samsara Valley, who was accompanying him, seemed to have a bad taste, as if the cold wind just now was just an illusion. At that moment, the young man also sat upright and did not move. His sea of consciousness shook, and a few imperceptible threads of consciousness were shattered into pieces. Unfortunately, these threads of consciousness were scattered, and no one knew where they appeared from. It was impossible to find the owner. The same scene happened in the 2nd private room. However, the young man in the treasure chest did not have such a good temper. He directly stood up, and his tiger-like eyes swept around like lightning. He did not find anything unusual, and with a cold snort, a powerful consciousness swept across the surrounding private rooms unscrupulously. A strong sense of warning was about to come out. Young Master Lu was so scared that he almost cried out. His invisible killing curse had been tested every time, but today it actually failed on 2 targets. He had just released it, and it was immediately detected. 2 experts easily destroyed his invisible killing curse. If they knew that he was the culprit, wouldn't he die on the spot? What was more frightening was that his invisible killing curse was broken, and it also caused the curse to backfire. At this moment, in young Master Lu's sea of consciousness, it was like a turbulent sea, with countless stormy waves rising and falling. Young Master Lu could no longer maintain his sitting posture, and his whole body began to tremble. On one hand, it was fear, and on the other hand, it was the pain of the backfire of the killing curse. When the powerful consciousness swept over, young Master Lu's body also began to tremble. Fortunately, young Master Lu was not the only one who was trembling. Almost all the cultivators who were swept by the consciousness of the expert could not help but tremble. It was a kind of overbearing, unreasonable, and blatant contempt. Even a heaven immortal expert could only tremble in the face of this divine will. In the private room, probably only a few people did not tremble, including the first young expert, Yang Chen and Madame Bai. Even Elder Wu Xiong, who was next to him, could not help but tremble in fear. He never thought that such an expert would appear here. The overbearing consciousness only swept past, but the entire auction hall's cultivators trembled for a long time. When the consciousness swept past Yang Chen and Madame Bai, it seemed to pause for a moment, as if the owner of the consciousness was a little surprised. However, it seemed that the other party was only there to warn them, not to provoke them. The consciousness stopped for a moment, then immediately left. An expert. Madame Bai's eyes shone brightly. Could it be that he is here to steal Hong Zhuang's heart? At this moment, there was nothing else in Madame Bai's heart, other than this woman's life. Any provocation would make her think that it was a potential opponent, and an opponent was an enemy. He is not here for this. Yang Qin casually explained to Madame Bai. He had already noticed the thin threads of consciousness with the killing curse. There's something else. I think someone offended him. Chapter 2138. In front of Yang Qin, who had cultivated the three purities secret art and his spiritual awareness had been completely silk-like, this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth was really not enough. These spiritual awareness filaments were much thicker than the spiritual awareness filaments of the three purities secret art. It was like the difference between silk and spider silk. Of course, the spiritual awareness filaments of the three purities secret art were spider silk. It was a wonderful thing. It could actually rush into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness without anyone noticing. Moreover, it was the kind of ownerless spiritual consciousness that had no connection with its master. It was impossible to find out who the other party was just by relying on these spiritual consciousness threads. No wonder that super expert would be angry and release his divine sense to warn them. It turned out that someone had plotted against them. These few strands of spiritual consciousness had already been wrapped up by Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness. For the time being, Yang Chen could not think of how to deal with them, so he temporarily let them go. If the person who attacked discovered that it was ineffective, he would definitely attack again. Beside him, Elder Wu Xiong's body was still trembling. Yang Chen had no choice but to reach out and support his shoulder. After transferring a stream of spiritual energy to him, he felt a little better. On the other side, the external affairs hall master of Samsara Valley was no exception. He also returned to normal with the help of Yang Qin. Madame Bai, who was at the side, was extremely friendly towards the two girls who were accompanying them. Not only did she help them regain their consciousness, she also constantly comforted them. She was especially concerned about Hua Xing, who seemed to be extremely caring towards her. Yang Qin understood what Madame Bai was thinking. She was originally a peony flower demon, and this Hua Xing was also a flower demon. Just this alone was enough to make Madame Bai happy. As for Hui Wessian, it was probably because she loved him too. Young Master Lu's shivering body finally calmed down after a long while. The frenzy in his sea of consciousness was finally alleviated a little. Young Master Lu, who had just calmed down, broke out in a cold sweat when he recalled what had just happened. He did not know how long he had been afraid. If it weren't for his invisible killing curse, others wouldn't be able to find the culprit. If that terrifying expert found out that he was the culprit, he might have already died. Young Master Lu, who had always been arrogant, finally knew that there was always someone better out there. At this moment, she was more obedient than ever, not daring to provoke him. If he still didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth and made a move, then he would really be complaining that he had lived too long. Finally, he discovered that although 2 of the 3 killing curse attacks were destroyed, one of them still fell into the target's sea of consciousness. This was the killing curse targeted at Yangqin, who was also the person young Master Lu hated the most. Forget about these 2 top-notch experts. After all, they had only stolen his limelight. Such powerful experts were also qualified to do so. After all, this world was still a world of cultivation, so young Master Lu tolerated it. But what right did Yangqin have? Just because he could concoct pills, he dared to forcibly occupy the 2 fairies he fancied? He had to kill Yangqin no matter what. Even if the Heavenly King came, he wouldn't be able to save him. After a short moment of panic, the order of the entire auction house became a bit better. No one dared to do anything that would cause a misunderstanding. Everyone was more obedient than if they were standing in front of their master and being taught a lesson. The auction house, host of the Reincarnation Valley, was also affected. Fortunately, with the help of an expert, he quickly returned to normal. After everyone calmed down completely, the auction began as usual. At the beginning of the auction, according to the usual practice, it was a few warm-up things. It was not worth much money, just to set off the atmosphere. Among the few warm-up things, one of them was a kind of medicinal material of old age. Yangqin casually added a little more to the base price and quoted it, which was also the meaning of supporting the host. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yangqin quoted a price, someone immediately quoted a price, pressing down Yangqin's price. Looking at the other party's way of raising the price, it seemed to be a bit provocative. It was only a little higher than Yangqin's, and it was clear that he wanted to see Yangqin make a fool of himself. At this time, Yangqin was too lazy to care about it, so he just waved his hand and let it go. It was just a warm-up medicinal material. There were many better quality and older ones in the pure bottle medicine garden. There was no shortage of this one. The one who bid was naturally the dragon among men, young Master Lu. With his original intention, he wanted to suppress Yangqin's seedlings on this, and also attract the attention of the flower fairy and Huxianzi, by the way. Anyway, it was just a warm-up item. He could support the host and suppress his rival in love, so why not? The idea was good, but it was a pity that Yangqin didn't take it. This made young Master Lu's clenched fist hit the air, and he was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he had eaten a fly. Young Master Lu bought such a mediocre medicinal herb in an awkward manner. He was not an alchemist, but it was basically useless to him. But since the price was quoted, he couldn't deny it, so he could only pinch his nose and eat it. This made young Master Lu more and more resentful, and he completely forgot that he provoked him first. There was a saying that profit makes one blind, but in young Master Lu's case, it was sex that made one blind. It was obvious that Yangqin didn't want to pay attention to it, but in young Master Lu's mind, it was regarded as an opportunity to insult him. Yangqin would not remember such a small thing. The main purpose of him coming here was to win the hearts of the beauties. There was also Madame Bai's supervision. If he could not get it, he was afraid that he would not be able to bear the consequences, and the Samsara Valley would not be able to bear the consequences. The reason why he said this was that Yangqin had enough confidence in his financial resources. Even if a small sect came forward, it was impossible to compete with Yangqin in financial resources. There were no customers who came forward with a major sect, so the only reason why they couldn't get it was that Samsara Valley didn't have such a thing at all. This was very possible. The heart of a beautiful woman was a good thing that could only be found by chance in the immortal realm. It was said that the Queen Mother of the West had been searching for it for 10,000 years, but she still couldn't get it. It actually appeared in the spiritual realm. How big of a pile of dog shit did Samsara Valley step on to have such heaven-defying dog shit luck? If this was really the case, Mrs. Bai would probably make a big deal out of Samsara Valley if she made a fuss. Unless the guy who said the name of the heart of a beautiful woman gave a good enough explanation. There were really good things in this auction. It was precisely at the beginning of the auction that it caused intense competition. Every one of them was good stuff that all cultivators dreamed of. As soon as the price came up, everyone was full of anger, completely forgetting that they were scared out of their wits by the consciousness of an expert at the beginning. During this period, Master Yangqin did not quote a price, which made the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of Samsara Valley, who accompanied him, very puzzled. However, these were all trivial matters to him. His biggest task was to make Master Yang happy, and to let Hua Xing, and Hu Yuxian establish a relationship with Yangqin. If Yangqin could accept the two women on the spot, that would be the best. Chapter 2139. Speaking of which, the Hall Master of Foreign Affairs also felt wronged. This time, the sect had inexplicably taken out this item as the finale item and even sent invitations to all the major sect. The purpose of this was a little confusing. Senior, you don't know? Yangqin asked, as if he didn't believe it. If the seller didn't know what this item was for, was he planning to vomit blood and make a huge profit? It looked like Yangqin wasn't a handsome young master. In terms of elegance and grace, that young Master Lu was 100 times better than Yangqin. I don't know how, but Yangqin's master's temperament was more impressive than young Master Lu's demeanor. Time passed quickly, and the atmosphere in the auction house became more and more heated. As the good items were put out one by one, the enthusiasm of the interested buyers grew, and the bids increased. Hua Xing, and Hu Yuxian kept sneaking glances at Yangqin. Yangqin's reputation was still extremely resounding in the spiritual realm. The two girls also knew what the sect meant, so they also wanted to know more about Yangqin. Everyone knew the name of this item, and it sounded very beautiful, but when they talked about it, no one actually knew what it was for. No one could guess what good item Yangqin had his eyes on. If they could guess it, they could just give it to Yangqin. The Samsara Valley didn't lack such things. As long as Master Yang was happy, this relationship would slowly be established, and it would become more harmonious in the future. Finally knowing Yangqin's purpose, the Hall Master of Foreign Affairs didn't find it strange that Yangqin didn't bid on any other items. However, Yangqin has always maintained the appearance of sitting on the fishing platform, never opened his mouth, and did not make a sound, just watching and waiting. Once he heard that Yangqin was interested in the beauty, the Hall Master of Foreign Affairs' heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he didn't say too much just now, so it wasn't so awkward now. This finale item was really not something he could get someone to bring over for Yangqin to see. What he said seemed to be the thoughts of many customers. Someone took the lead, and immediately, many others followed suit. They wanted the host to explain it clearly. Even if it was not suitable for them, they could at least gain some knowledge. Next time, when others mentioned it, they would know what it was. It was better than being ignorant now. Madame Bai's spirit was also lifted as she stared at the Grand Elder. She was waiting for the auction item to be brought out to see if it was the peerless treasure that she had in mind. Yangqin had not made a move at the auction. He had only shouted a few words to warm up the crowd. Once he saw that someone had bid higher than him, he immediately retreated. This made the Reincarnation Valley's External Affairs Hall Master mutter to himself. But since they didn't know its use, why would they list it as the finale item? It was clear that there were still people who understood, just that they didn't tell them everything. A medicinal herb. Yangqin didn't tell the whole truth. He just said the biggest truth that no one could find fault with. Then he added, "It's a very precious medicinal herb. I won't hide it from you, sir. I'm here this time because I'm interested in the finale item of your auction." Yangqin didn't hide anything. Anyway, it would be shown when the time came. There was no point in hiding it now, so it was better to tell the truth. Of course, It would be best if Yang Chen was interested in Hua Xing, and Hu Yuexian's beauty, and took them as his concubines. He believed that both the Reincarnation Valley Master and the Dongxin sect would be happy to see this happen. Young Master Lu had always done things in such a bright and open manner that people couldn't help but like him. This was the origin and foundation of young Master Lu's good reputation. Young Master Lu would also quietly build it without anyone noticing. It wasn't just the masters in the sect who didn't know what it was used for. Even the appraisers in the auction house and the shopkeepers in the sect didn't know what it was. They had never even heard of it before. Hearing that it was a medicinal herb, the External Affairs Hall Master finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was a medicinal herb, it was not surprising that Master Yang knew about it. Everyone had their own specialties. It was understandable that they didn't know about this medicinal herb. Wait, what is this finale item? What is its use? Host, you have to tell us clearly. Otherwise, how are we going to bid? Just as the host was about to speak, someone immediately called for a stop. Now that Yang Chen was attracted by the auction, Hua Xing, and Hu Yuexian happened to be there. How could the Reincarnation Valley miss such a heaven-sent opportunity? Even if Hu Yuexian wasn't a member of the Reincarnation Valley, the Valley Master could still make the decision to let her and Hua Xing accompany Yang Chen. Finally, the External Affairs Hall Master of the Reincarnation Valley couldn't help but ask, Master Yang, what item have you taken a fancy to this time? Perhaps I can arrange it for Master Yang to take a look first. No matter what, they had to first know who Yang Chen's target was before they could make specific arrangements. The next item is the finale of this auction. As the auction host spoke, it was finally Hong Zhuang's jade heart's turn to appear. Fortunately, young Master Lu didn't know what the two women were thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how mad he would be. The image of a good young master that he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years was actually inferior to a craftsman who refined pills. Yang Chen was the only cultivator who had indicated that he was here for such an item. The External Affairs Hall Master was also curious and immediately asked, Forgive me for my ignorance. Master Yang, can you enlighten me? What exactly is this Hong Zhuang's jade heart? What is its use? Yang Chen didn't bid, and young Master Lu also seemed very content, other than putting some effort into the item that he fancied and then revealing his identity to bid for it at a similar price. He behaved very gracefully for the other items. If he didn't directly let them go, he would symbolically increase the price to give the host some face and leave immediately. The auction house welcomed him, and the other buyers weren't unhappy either. Everyone was happy. I'm sorry. The auction host seemed to have expected such a situation to happen. He calmly apologized to everyone and quickly explained, It's not that we don't want to make it clear. It's just that the owner of the goods said that the goods are sold to those who know what it is and don't know its use, so there's no need to join in the fun. The policy of making friends with Yang Chen was set a long time ago, but the monster race had never had such an opportunity before, so they could only try to influence the people around Yang Chen. For example, several monster ancestors of the monster race had accepted Lan Ning as their adopted daughter, which was one of them. When asked about the high-level members of the sect, the high-level members were all secretive and no one was clear about it. But there were instructions from the top and they had to follow it, so they could only list this unknown thing as the finale. Many of the guests who came from all sides were inquiring about what this Hong Zhuang's jade heart was. It could be seen that not many people outside knew about it. Chapter 2140. After weighing the pros and cons, the manager of the Samsara Valley could only ask the chief elder to show the item. Finally, the chief elder agreed to take out the red jade heart for everyone to see. While he was cursing, his consciousness swept over the jade box. The hall master of the External Affairs Hall was embarrassed, but he could not say a word at this moment because he did not know what it was, nor did he know how to preserve it. It's not bad, but... Madame Bai's voice came, full of regret. It's too old and has no effect at all. Also, it's not well preserved. This owner is a fool. He doesn't know anything and is just a waste of things. How dare this kind of trash brag about selling goods that are knowledgeable? The Foreign Affairs Hall leader of the Samsara Valley didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The madam with a white veil belittled the item and scolded the owner. She seemed to be very dissatisfied and ordered Yang Chen to buy it. It seemed like the old saying was true. Those who didn't like it were the ones who bought it. The ancients were right. 250 kilograms of high-quality spiritual stones. Young Master Lu was the first to bid. Although he didn't know what it was or what it could be used for, since it was the grand finale of the Reincarnation Valley, he naturally had to give it some face and leave the jade person an impression that he was rich and overbearing. As for how to preserve it, Yang Chen didn't have a say. But since Madame Bai said it wasn't right, then it must be wrong. There was nothing more to say. Madame Bai was the expert here. In his previous life, Yang Chen had only heard of such rare treasures. He had never seen one and couldn't tell if it was real or not. But Madame Bai was not just for show. She had been with the Queen Mother of the West and traveled with Ancestor Lu. She had seen all kinds of good things. Yang Chen's consciousness went over too. After the jade box was processed, it did not repel the exploration of spiritual awareness. In an instant, there was an image in Yang Chen's mind. There was indeed a red thing like a human heart in the jade box. It was bulging as if it was beating. I'm sorry, but it can't be exposed to the wind. If it does, it will be destroyed. The host also received guidance and immediately became arrogant. He pointed at the jade box and said, "If you have the heart, just use your divine sense to check it. It doesn't matter if you're selling the goods to a knowledgeable person or something else. You should at least show the goods and let everyone see them, right?" Someone immediately shouted, "In the spirit realm, there are many places with different sounds, different winds, and different customs. This place has this name, but maybe it's another way of saying it. How are we supposed to recognize the goods if you only give them fancy names?" Most of the customers had the same attitude toward this strange beauty. They all wanted to see what kind of valuable item could be the finale of the Samsara Valley auction. 100,000 jin. Just as young Master Lu was feeling pleased with himself, a calm voice rang out clearly, shattering young Master Lu's pride. While the others were still weighing the pros and cons, secretly estimating the value of this item, young Master Lu had already decisively called out. This would definitely attract everyone's attention and become the focus of the auction. There were countless eccentric cultivators, so it was not strange for such a strange owner to appear at this auction. However, the cultivators who wanted to know what the beauty's heart was suffered. Their plans failed, and they didn't know how sullen they felt. However, although they agreed to show the item, it was no different from not showing it at all. This was because the item was brought up in a sealed jade box. No wonder it was called the beauty's heart. Was it because it looked like a heart? This item was very magical. Divine sense couldn't penetrate it and could only see the surface. What a waste! Madame Bai saw this and snorted. Who's the one who doesn't know what's good? Everyone has seen the item. You all know whether you recognize it or not. The host had already started the process of selling it. In that case, the auction will now begin. There is no limit to the base price, and there is no limit to each increment. Begin. Yang Chen buy it. Madame Bai cursed, and then ordered Yang Chen to buy it. As for the jade box beside the host, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a jade box. It was huge, and there were all kinds of talismans stuck on it. The jade box itself was engraved with countless lines, forming a mysterious formation. It was probably protecting the item inside. The host had no choice but to ask the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had no choice but to ask the sect again. This item was said by a great elder of the sect who had been in seclusion for a long time. Only the great elder could decide whether or not the item could be taken out. On the other side, the hall leader and the elders of the Hall of External Affairs also sent back the wishes of the guests they were in charge of receiving. They basically had the same request, which was to inspect the item first. If the item was right, the spirit stones wouldn't be a problem. Only the super-rich Master Yang would be able to say such words. Although the other two parties didn't say such words, they also expressed that they wanted to see the item. They were all important guests, and it wouldn't be good to neglect them. This request was too normal. It was so normal that even the cultivators who knew the beauty's heart had the same request. Who knew if you just said the name, but couldn't take out the item? When the time came, everyone would pay a high price and buy something that you said was the beauty's heart. Wouldn't that be the biggest spendthrift? If it was too old, it wouldn't have any effect. Yang Qin immediately understood what it meant. This item was really found somewhere in the spiritual realm, but it hadn't grown to the point where it could be called the real beauty's heart. At most, it was a seedling. This price was carefully considered by young Master Lu. Although the items in this auction were not bad, they were all raw materials. The highest price was 500 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. The first bid was 250 kilograms. It could be considered as carrying the Samsara Valley's sedan chair, so the price wouldn't be too low, especially Master Yang Qin. From the beginning to the end, he didn't make a move except to warm up the crowd a little to make fun of them. He was waiting for the final item to appear. He had already made it clear that he was here for the beauty's heart. If he couldn't take it out now, it wouldn't be as simple as offending people. At the beginning, the host of the auction really didn't want to show the item. There was no other reason, because the owner of the item didn't even give it to him. How could he show it? However, these customers' requests were reasonable. Moreover, there were cultivators who really knew the item and wanted to verify its authenticity. If he didn't take it out, he obviously wouldn't be able to convince the public. Chapter 2141. The moment the figure of 50,000 kilograms was uttered, a series of cracking sounds rang out across the entire auction hall. Countless cultivators either fell from their chairs or shattered the tables and chairs they were sitting on. There were even people like young Master Lu, who had just taken a sip of wine in his hand. When he heard the sound, he spat it out directly. He thought that 250 kilograms of the best spirit stones was enough to give face to the Samsara Valley and raise the price. He did not expect that in front of someone else's price, the number that he was so proud of was now like a beggar. It was estimated that the entire auction house today would not reach the number of 100,000 kilograms. But the person who called out the price did not hesitate at all, as if he was sure that the finale, the heart of beauty, was really worth this price. After a moment of shock, there was only fanaticism left in everyone's hearts. Countless people stared at the jade box on the auction stage, and their eyes were red. That was a treasure worth 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones, and it was actually in front of them. Obviously, this was the price of a buyer who knew what it was. After the shock, everyone was even more itchy. They just wanted to know what this thing was used for and why it was worth so many spirit stones. The person who called out the price was naturally Master Yang Qin, the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Samsara Valley, and the two fairies beside him were already stunned. Seeing that Yang Qin said the price as if nothing had happened, they simply admired him from the bottom of their hearts. At the level of the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall, all the magic treasures, spirit stones, elixirs, and so on, put together, he could have a net worth of 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones. However, that was also what he had. It was not an easy thing to spend it so calmly, but Yang Qin was so calm, as if 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones were nothing in his eyes. But soon the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall calmed down. Yang Qin had Wu Xiong, the shopkeeper of the Wanbao Tower, by his side. Not to mention 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones. He could take out more. Over the years, the auction of Wanbao Tower had never lacked buyers. The perching god jade, the prolonging life pill, and the appearance pill were always in short supply. The atmosphere of every auction was as fierce as a war. Coupled with the Ganoderma dew pill and the limb regeneration pill, it could be said that the Wanbao Tower was a huge spirit stone mine. There were as many as one wanted. Although Hua Xing, and Hu Yen were famous for their beauty, and they had many admirers, they were still far from being rich. Sometimes being beautiful was not entirely a good thing. There would be people in the sect who would be jealous or have other thoughts. From time to time, there would be open spears and hidden arrows, just like the Cold Plum Fairy in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Before, the two fairies in their respective sect had the intention to let them get close to Master Yang. Although the two women agreed verbally, there were still some knots in their hearts. But now they heard Yang Qin casually quoted a price of 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones. The two pairs of beautiful eyes suddenly shone, as if Yang Qin had a strong magnet, firmly attracting their eyes. In addition to Yang Qin, there were two people who turned a deaf ear to this number. One was Madame Bai, following the Queen Mother of the West. What kind of things had she not seen? It was just 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones. Just the cemetery that she gave to Yang Qin, or the half-lake of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid that Yang Qin gave her was far more than this price tag. The other one who was indifferent was Elder Wu Xiong. As the Foreign Affairs Hall Master expected, the Wanbo Tower made a lot of money every day. Not to mention 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones. Even if it was 1,000,000, so what? In fact, the Foreign Affairs Elder was also shocked by Yang Qin for a while. The value of the various goods of the sect that he handled on weekdays was more than 1,000,000, but that was the property of the sect. This number coming out of a cultivator's mouth was indeed a bit surprising. 150,000 pounds. A higher price came out of a box next to him, but everyone was no longer so shocked. They were just waiting with a lively mentality to see how high the final price could be. Since no one knew how to use it, even if they had money, who would buy it casually? Who knew if this was the auction house? 200,000 pounds. In the third box there was a faint voice, as if lamenting how such a treasure could be sold so cheaply. 1,000,000 pounds. Yang Qin didn't even think about it, and directly raised the price he had just quoted by 10 times. That kind of casual momentum was like 1,000,000 pounds of sand. As soon as this number came out, there was a strange silence at the scene. Many people were holding their breaths for a long time before they could let it out. Today, it was really an eye-opener for them to see how a real rich person spent. He said it's 1,000,000 pounds, so it's 1,000,000 pounds. Young Master Lu had already heard clearly that the three people who had just bid were clearly three of the three boxes that were higher than his. Especially when Yang Qin called out the second time, he could also judge from which box the price came from the voice that came from the auction hall. If it was those two super experts, the 6 big young masters wouldn't dare to say a word. But what Yang Qin said made him a bit unable to sit still. Why did he let this guy, Yang Qin, occupy the two fairies and still want to be in the limelight like this? No matter what, he had to suppress him. It would be best if he could make a fool of himself and lose his face. That would be perfect. Therefore, young Master Lu immediately voiced out his doubts. If someone randomly bids and spoils the market, isn't everyone being played like monkeys? It's also unfair to the other customers who bid. It had to be said that young Master Lu still had a deep understanding of the way of putting up a false front. He knew that if he only questioned, the auction house might not pay attention to it. But if it involved the other two buyers, then the auction house would have to give an explanation, no matter what. Dear guest, what that old customer said just now is somewhat reasonable. What do you think? Young Master Lu had already arranged a box, so the auction house host naturally knew his identity. At this time, he had to help to please him. Fortunately, the auction house host was also unparalleled in his wit. He immediately got out of the situation and asked Yang Qin instead, but he said it skillfully. He directly called young Master Lu as an old customer, and there was not much difference in status, so he wouldn't offend either of them. At the same time, he also threw the question to Yang Qin. Whether to explain or not, it was up to Yang Qin himself. Of course, the underlying meaning was also to ask Yang Qin to show his wealth, which was the so-called capital verification. It's what I should do. Don't take it to heart. How could Yang Qin care about such a small trick? He very calmly agreed, then took out a storage ring and threw it to Hua Xing, beside him. At the same time, he said to Hua Xing and Hui Wessian, I'll have to trouble the two fairies to go down and clear up the doubts of the other customers. Chapter 2142. This was the Reincarnation Valley's auction, so Hua Xing was naturally duty-bound. Hui Wessian did not decline either. The two women walked down together and quickly reached the auction stage. However, the two women's expressions were somewhat different from usual, but the people who saw them could not tell what was different. They just did not understand what the two women were doing on the stage. While they were still in shock, Hua Xing held up Yang Chen's storage ring and showed it to everyone. She said in a sweet voice, Esteemed guest, please ask us sisters to clear up your doubts. After saying that, Hua Xing released everything in her storage ring. In the blink of an eye, the sound of crashing could be heard. The huge stage of the auction house was filled with spirit stones, and it was covered with a purple brilliance. The purple top-grade spirit stones were like a pile of garbage, piled up several feet high. The entire stage, which was hundreds of feet wide, was completely occupied. Even the host had no place to stand. On and off the stage, other than exclamations and countless red-eyed gazes, there was only the sound of heavy breathing. Whether it was a mortal or a cultivator, when faced with a mountain of top-grade spirit stones, no one could remain indifferent. Even the most knowledgeable big shots, who could pass through more wealth with just a wave of their hands, had the same reaction as an ordinary person when faced with such a scene. Although there was a lot of wealth that had passed through their hands, how many opportunities did they have to truly be placed in front of them? If not for the fact that the entire auction house was a small immortal's cave magical weapon, the mountain of top-quality spirit stones alone would have been enough to crush the huge stage. The amount that Yang Qin showed was not just 1,000,000 caddies, but even 10 million caddies. What did it mean to be as rich as a country? This was it. An ordinary first-rate sect might not even have more than half of the spirit stones that Yang Qin had on him. This was a rich man that people looked up to. He did not need to have a strong cultivation. Just the spirit stones alone could crush a top expert to death. Just based on these spirit stones, who knew how many people would be willing to go through fire and water for Yang Qin? Young Master Lu could not believe his eyes. He was the son of the great elder of the Black Tortoise Academy. He was known to be extravagant and lascivious, but when he was at his richest, he only had a few thousand kilograms of top-grade spirit stones in his hands. When had he ever seen such a large amount of wealth in front of him? Money moved people's hearts. The auction host finally realized that he had done something stupid. There were so many cultivators in the auction house. Looking at this mountain of wealth, if a few of them were tempted and made a move, even if all the spirit stones were recovered in the future, even if all the people who made a move were caught, the Samsara Valley would definitely hand them over to the honored guest to appease his anger, who asked him to make a request that was very disrespectful to the honored guest. At this time, the host was about to hate young master Lu to death, but he did not forget to immediately to send the highest level of warning. He could not allow anything to happen to the spirit stones. While the host was waiting anxiously, a ray of light fell on the stage. Soon, a transparent barrier enveloped all the spirit stones. It was the owner of the goods, the great elder of Samsara Valley. Seeing that the situation was not good, he could no longer hide his whereabouts and protected the spirit stones. At least 4 people in the auction house knew what was going on. 2 of them were top experts, and the other 2 were Yang Qin and Madame Bai. Yang Qin and Madame Bai looked at each other as if they were telepathically connected. They both read each other's eyes. The move just now was a technique from the immortal realm. It was at least a golden immortal technique. It was not something that any golden immortal could do. It had to be a real golden immortal who had gone through the celestial immortal tribulation and the Xian immortal tribulation. Even a tribulation transcendence expert had ascended, so it was obvious where the owner of the goods came from. If there is no higher price, I am afraid that the heart of a beautiful woman is all I have." Seeing that the host was still in a daze, Yang Qin couldn't help but remind him of what he should be doing. The host immediately reacted and continued with his job. 1,000,000 kilograms of supreme-grade spirit stones. 1,000,000 kilograms. Is there any higher price? 1,000,000 kilograms going once. The heart of a beautiful woman was a good thing. Even if the people of the spiritual realm didn't know about it, the cultivators of the immortal realm definitely did. Otherwise, someone wouldn't have bid 200,000 kilograms of supreme-grade spirit stones. 1,050,000 sigh. It was still the same faint voice. It sounded like it was in great pain. "Esteemed guest, please show me your spirit stones." Before the host could reply, Madame Bai couldn't help but say, "We can't just do as the old customer said and make an empty promise, right?" Madame Bai wasn't easy to deal with. Since the host could make such a request to Yang Chen, then others had to follow it. Otherwise, the Samsara Valley wouldn't be able to convince the public. As soon as Madame Bai opened her mouth, the ordinary customers' eyes brightened. There was going to be a good show to watch. They started to make a fuss immediately. Yes, we should treat everyone equally. Those who bid should show us their wealth. At this moment, the host was complaining incessantly. He must have been possessed just now. He actually thought that Child Lu's words made sense. Although he had flattered Child Lu, he had offended some of the more distinguished guests. The loss outweighed the gain. He didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive after the auction. He had the intention to refuse Madame Bai's request. But when Yang Chen made the request, he immediately complied without saying a word. At this time, if he wanted to open a back door for other families, he couldn't say it out loud. What should he do? The Great Wilderness sect accepts this price. Just as the host was in a dilemma, an unfamiliar voice came from the private room that had just made the bid. The voice was arrogant, but it was also very certain. Accepting this price in the name of a demon super sect was not a problem for the Samsara Valley. The power of a sect was definitely enough to take out so many spirit stones. The host immediately relaxed and smiled. "You think the Great Wilderness sect will accept it?" Madame Bai wasn't a kind person. Yang Chen had been wronged because he had bought something for her, so she had to get back at him. There weren't many juniors who were so obedient. I said, "I'm from the Black Heaven sect." Who doesn't know how to make empty promises? After saying that, Madame Bai ignored the other side and shouted at the host, "What? How can a random customer of the Samsara Valley question whether an esteemed guest can take out spirit stones? Now I'm questioning them too. The Great Wilderness sect accepts it? In the end, they just can't take it out. If they don't have it, then they don't have it. Why are they pretending to be a big shot in the Samsara Valley's territory?" Chapter 2143. His words were too harsh. He was simply pointing at the Samsara Valley and scolding them. At the same time, he was ridiculing the Great Wilderness sect for not having any real weapons and only knowing how to talk big. The Great Wilderness sect was also in a dilemma. The one who accompanied that peerless powerhouse here was indeed an elder of the Great Wilderness sect. Although he didn't know who this elder who had lived in seclusion for a long time was, he served him well. The master of the sect had exhorted him many times to serve this ancestor well. This time he had brought 50,000 kilograms of best-grade spiritual stones. Basically, as long as he didn't spend too much, he could satisfy his needs. Of course, since he came here under the guise of attending the auction, he had to make some bids at the auction. For this reclusive first elder of the Great Wilderness sect, the heart of a beautiful woman was just a primer and a pretext. It was not necessary for him to buy it from her. He just wanted to prove his identity. Coming down from above, there were some taboos. At least more than half of his memory was sealed. The remaining part was just who he was and what the sect wanted to do. As for what kind of experts there were in other sect, he couldn't remember. Besides, the experts in the mortal world basically came down naked. Except for the natal flying sword, they couldn't bring anything down. But it was enough. With the natal flying sword, he didn't need to worry about sweeping the spiritual realm. Seeing the name of the red jade heart, which should only appear in the immortal world, the first elder knew what was going on. He also wanted to get in touch with the Samsara Valley, which was the original purpose of attending the auction. Similarly, the person in the private room next to him had the same idea. They all came from the immortal world and came to the mortal world for business, so they were in the same situation. They thought the red jade heart was just a pretext, but they saw the real thing. The first elder of the Samsara Valley was so lucky that he found a red jade heart in its infancy in the spiritual realm. Who wouldn't want such a good thing in their hands if they had the chance? The first elder of the Samsara Valley also suffered in silence. It was just a communication signal, but he didn't expect to attract someone who knew it. Since the Samsara Valley had said that this was the finale of the auction, and they had made a bid, he had no choice but to sell it. Although the person from the Reincarnation Valley felt it was a pity, he knew the big picture and took out what he had to. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of asking the sect to buy it back at a high price, but it wasn't worth it to pay such a huge price for this young beauty's heart. First of all, he only knew how to keep it, how to take care of it, how to grow it, and how to use it were a complete mess. Otherwise, Madame Bai wouldn't have scolded him for putting it in a jade box. Since the owner of the goods was willing to let go, the Samsara Valley's auction could be considered a great success, especially when Yang Chen was willing to pay 1 million best grade spirit stones to buy it. It made people see the hope of successfully completing the task and earning 1 million best grade spirit stones. But everything was destroyed by young Master Lu's question. The host was an idiot. He knew that the bidder, Yang Chen, was in the most distinguished room in the auction house, but he thought he was clever and took advantage of Yang Chen. Now, the woman next to Yang Chen turned the tables and threw the problem to the Samsara Valley and the Great Wilderness Sect. Even if the elders of the Great Wilderness Sect accepted the price in the name of the Great Wilderness Sect, but Yang Chen didn't accept it, they had to solve it according to the rules here. The world was big, and the rules were the most important. In the auction house, they had to follow the rules. Otherwise, they would be disrespecting the host and the Samsara Valley. But now, the Samsara Valley was in a difficult position. When others questioned Yang Chen, they didn't say anything and even took advantage of the situation to make things difficult for them. Now, they used their rules to make things difficult for other guests, so they could only watch and not say anything. At the end of the day, in the auction house, no matter how powerful an expert was, he couldn't compete with silver or spirit stones, unless he wanted to destroy the whole auction house. Otherwise, even if the emperor came, he could only follow the rules of the auction house and go to the highest bidder. This was the unbreakable truth in the auction house. Madame Bai asked the Great Wilderness Sect to show their spirit stones. Their name was useless. They had to show real money. Samsara Valley and the Great Wilderness Sect had 2 real golden immortal experts, but they couldn't even fart. It was really aggrieved. Of course, the golden immortal expert of the Great Wilderness Sect wouldn't swallow his anger. In the end, it was Yang Chen's decision. As long as Yang Chen nodded, all the doubts could be cleared. Therefore, the golden immortal expert of the Great Wilderness Sect directly sent his spirit sense into Yang Chen's room, intending to use his identity to slightly pressure Yang Chen and force him to speak. Theoretically, the room of the auction house couldn't be penetrated by spirit sense. This was to protect the buyer's safety. At the beginning of the concoction, this problem had been considered. Therefore, it was impossible to find out the identity of the other people in the room, unless it was like young Master Lu who peeped through the door crack. No matter how powerful the room was in the spiritual realm, it couldn't block the spirit sense of a real golden immortal expert. Therefore, the expert of the Great Wilderness Sect scanned Yang Chen with his powerful spirit sense without any effort. However, it was limited to this. The powerful spirit sense only scanned for a moment, and then it didn't make any sound. This was because Yang Chen took out the merit ring that he had been wearing on his finger at the right time. When the powerful spirit sense of the golden immortal expert scanned the merit ring, It stopped for a moment. Then, all the divine senses retreated without a sound, and there was no further action. At this moment, the expert of the Great Wilderness sect was smiling bitterly. Initially, he wanted to communicate with the other side. At least, he could use his identity to pressure the other side into agreeing to let this go. However, when he found the other party's merit ring, he immediately gave up this idea. The merit ring was the token of the heavenly court. There were so many cultivators in the immortal realm, but only 1 out of 10,000 could become a real member of the heavenly court. Since Yang Chen was wearing the merit ring, he was a member of the heavenly court. No matter how low his cultivation was, the expert of the Great Wilderness sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. Who knew what trump card he was hiding? Moreover, those who could descend to the lower realm could only bring their life source flying swords. But Yang Chen actually brought down the merit ring. What did this mean? Was there a need to say more? Perhaps he could only follow the request of the other side and show his wealth to bid. The problem was that he knew the background of himself and the elder beside him. Both of them didn't have more than 200,000 kilograms of spirit stones in total. The price that he had bid before was also guaranteed by the sect. In this dilemma, the expert of the Great Wilderness sect hated the guy who questioned Yang Chen to the core. Since he was in trouble, he wouldn't let him have an easy time. Chapter 2144. No matter how angry he was, he had to get through this. Great Wilderness sect could not lose face because of this. After thinking for a while, there seemed to be only one way. The Great Wilderness sect's golden immortal expert asked, "Can your sect use other items as collateral?" Sure. The auctioneer was in a dilemma. When he heard this question, it was as if he heard the voice of an immortal. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. He quickly agreed. As long as he could get through this, he didn't care about anything else. "I have a few 8th Revolution pills left behind by my ancestor. I wonder how much can they be exchanged for?" The golden immortal expert of Great Wilderness sect had no choice but to take out his newly concocted pills and hand them over to the elder of Samsara Valley, asking him to send them up. Yang Chen asked the elder of Samsara Valley to send them up. The floor was covered with spirit stones on the spot. Great Wilderness sect could not be in a disadvantageous position. They had to be open and above board. These 8th Revolution pills were concocted by this golden immortal expert not long ago. He had just descended to the mortal world not long ago. He wanted to test how far he could go in the mortal world. That was why he concocted these pills. He didn't expect that they could be used at this moment. It could be said that he had foresight. The idea of 8th Revolution pills immediately caused the entire auction house to be in an uproar. The strongest person in the spiritual realm was only a 7th tier pill refinement master. When had there ever been an 8th Revolution pill? Even great master Yang Chen, who was in the limelight recently, was only a 6th tier pill refinement master. As soon as the 8th Revolution pills appeared, the auctioneer immediately felt like he was looking at a tall mountain. This feeling made the golden immortal expert of Great Wilderness sect very happy. It was rare to have a beautiful heart in the spiritual realm, but 8th Revolution pills were even rarer. He didn't believe that these 8th Revolution pills couldn't turn the tables. Lu Wuji, who lived next door, was also very happy. After hearing the name of the 8th Revolution pill, his mood instantly became cheerful. "Aren't you, Yang Chen, very powerful? But you're just a 6th tier pill refinement master. You can only concoct some 6th Revolution pills. Compared to a senior who could concoct 8th Revolution pills, you're not even qualified to carry his shoes." This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity to humiliate Yang Chen. Why did the Reincarnation Valley treat Yang Chen so politely? Why did the Flower Fairy and Hu Fairy get asked by the sect to accompany Yang Chen? In the end, wasn't it because Yang Chen was a genius alchemist? Now that the 8th Revolution pill had appeared, Yang Chen's reputation as a genius immediately turned into dog shit. Let's see what else he can be proud of. Although this 8 revolution pill was not taken out by young Master Lu, it still made him feel comfortable, as if he had drunk a large cup of sweet fruit juice cooled with well water in the hottest days of the year. Every pore of his was exuding a kind of carefree and complacent aura. When had there ever been an 8th grade alchemist in the spiritual realm? Everyone in the auction hall felt their blood boiling, and they were extremely excited. This time, he was going to make a fortune. Even if he couldn't establish a relationship with this super powerful alchemist, it was enough to know that the Great Wilderness sect had an 8th-tier alchemist. Just this piece of news was enough for them to make a small fortune. Although that expert of the Great Wilderness sect said that this was an 8 revolution pill passed down by their ancestors, who would believe him? After so many years of not taking it out, a few 8 revolution pills suddenly popped out. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? It was unknown how many people had begun to ponder on how to get close to the Great Wilderness sect after this auction. The 6th revolution pill of Grandmaster Yangqin was already enough to make people scramble for it. Now that the 8 revolution pill had appeared, it was simply a one-sided slaughter. Perhaps it was because the expert of the Great Wilderness sect had sensed the enthusiasm of the crowd. He enjoyed it very much. Seeing that his pills had already been sent to the host of the highest auction house, and that the auction house had also sent out 2 appraisers to inspect the goods, the expert of the Great Wilderness sect couldn't help but feel complacent. These pills are very effective. As long as one still has a breath left in him, he will be able to recover to his original state. The expert of the Great Wilderness sect didn't forget to introduce his pills, especially for those cultivators who are crippled or have lost their limbs. This pill has a miraculous effect. After taking one pill, no matter how serious the injuries are, they will be able to recover in a short period of time. In his opinion, a pill that could save lives and regrow limbs should be considered as a rare, supreme-grade pill in the spiritual realm. It shouldn't be a problem to sell it for hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones, right? Tisk. Initially, everyone was full of expectations for the 8 revolution pill. However, after hearing the introduction of the pill's effects by the expert, it immediately caused a series of hissing sounds. What kind of joke was this? Was this the only effect of an 8 revolution pill? A life-saving pill? Grandmaster Yang Chen's 6th revolution Ganoderma Jade pill was publicly recognized as the most effective life-saving pill in the spiritual realm. As for regrowing limbs, was it more effective than Grandmaster Yang's limb regeneration pill? The expert only used 2 kinds of 6th revolution pills to solve the problem that could only be solved by an 8th revolution pill. Only a fool would spend a sky-high price to buy an 8th revolution pill. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This was exactly what was happening in front of them. Everyone's appetite had been aroused by the 8 revolution pill. However, they suddenly found out that the legendary good thing was nothing more than this. Everyone's disappointment was almost written on their faces. The collective hissing sound was a clear proof. The face of the elder who accompanied the expert from Great Wilderness sect had already turned red. He really didn't know how to avoid feeling embarrassed. Even the elder of Samsara Valley who was accompanying them was looking at the 2 of them with a strange gaze. This made the expert from Great Wilderness sect wish that he could just hide in a crack on the ground. How did this golden immortal expert know that such an unreasonable pill, like the limb regeneration pill, already existed in the spiritual realm? He had just descended to the mortal realm not long ago. After learning about the situation of fighting against Zhao Clan, he began to adapt to the spiritual realm first. He didn't have the time to study the latest information in the spiritual realm. Therefore, he didn't know that the limb regeneration pill already existed in the spiritual realm. He also didn't know that this pill was invented by Yangqin. An 8 revolution pill was indeed precious. However, in terms of medicinal efficacy, it was only equal to the 2/6 revolution spiritual pills of Yangqin. The two appraisers of Samsara Valley were also in a difficult position. After struggling for a long time, they finally came up with a price: 50,000 kilograms of supreme grade spirit stones. This was because the pill was an 8-revolution pill and the person who made it was Great Wilderness Sect. That was why they deliberately gave such a high price. Speaking of which, the price was almost 100 times higher than the 2/6 revolution spiritual pills of Yangqin. If this was during normal times, they would have already given face to Great Wilderness Sect. However, the current situation was like giving a slap in the face to Great Wilderness Sect on purpose. The Samsara Valley had the intention to give a higher price. However, there were so many customers here, and many of them knew their stuff. If they went overboard, the reputation of the entire Samsara Valley would be ruined. The golden immortal expert wasn't a fool. When he saw the embarrassed expression of the elder beside him, he didn't care about anything else and hurriedly asked what was going on. When he found out that there were already 2 types of pills in the spiritual realm that could achieve the same effect as his 8-revolution golden pill, the golden immortal expert widened his eyes. He simply couldn't believe his ears. There was such a powerful pill refiner in the spiritual realm. How was that possible? Chapter 2145. Regardless of whether this golden immortal expert believed it or not, the truth was the truth. Coincidentally, that elder of Great Wilderness Sect happened to have a 6-revolution merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill concocted by Master Yangqin. An elder who could accompany such an important expert of the sect must have an extraordinary identity. It was normal for him to have Master Yang's pill with him. If he wasn't a normal person, he might even be able to get the limb regeneration pill. Holding the 6-revolution merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill concocted by Yangqin, the golden immortal expert of Great Wilderness Sect couldn't care less that he was in the auction house and he had just made a fool of himself. He directly sent his spirit sense into the pill. An expert was indeed an expert. He instantly understood the brilliance of the Ganoderma mushroom jade pill, the even ratio of the various medicinal ingredients, and the stability of the monarch, minister, assistant envoy seemed to have reached the peak. The effect of such a 6-revolution pill was close to that of his 8-revolution pill. Expert. The golden immortal expert couldn't give an objective evaluation. To have such a standard at the 6th stage, even a pill refiner like him who thought that he was an expert in pill refinement in the immortal world couldn't be compared to him. After praising the pill refiner, the golden immortal expert immediately returned his attention to the auction house. After giving a few instructions to the elder beside him, the elder hesitated for a while before finally agreeing to his request. This is the token of our Great Wilderness Sect passed down by our ancestor. The elder of Great Wilderness Sect took out a token and sent it to the external affairs elder of Samsara Valley. Put it here as collateral. I want to borrow 5 million kilograms of supreme grade spirit stones from your sect. What do you think? This put Samsara Valley in a difficult position. If it was just to appraise the value of the magic treasures and pills, it would be easy to deal with them as they were. However, how much would the token left behind by the ancestor of Great Wilderness Sect, which was also a super sect, be worth? Fortunately, it wasn't a direct payment this time. It was a loan. Comparatively speaking, it was much easier to deal with. After a while, Samsara Valley replied that it was okay. During this period of time, Yangqin did not urge the auction house to do things according to the rules, which could be considered as giving face to the Great Wilderness faction. For some unknown reason, the golden immortal expert from Wuji Demon School, who had also come from the lower realm, remained indifferent. He had not opened his mouth since the beginning when he called out 150,000 kilograms of force. This item is useless to me. If I can buy it with a few 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones, it will be a huge profit. The same question was asked by the elder who accompanied him. This golden immortal expert from Wuji Demon School was very approachable. He did not look like he was from a devil sect at all. Instead, he patiently explained to his junior, "But if we use the current price to buy it, although it won't be a loss, it's hard to say if we can use it in the future." The golden immortal smiled and said, "Apart from these reasons, I don't have 1,000,000 gene of spirit stones on me. Do you?" The elder of Wuji Demon School smiled bitterly. He didn't have that many spirit stones either. Who had nothing better to do than to carry around 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones. It was not that they didn't want to, but that they didn't. However, Wuji Demon School was a super sect among the devil sections. Whatever the Great Wilderness sect could do, Wuji Demon School could also do. Therefore, the elder of Wuji Demon School hesitated and asked, "Grandmaster, why don't we mortgage it to borrow some spirit stones from Samsara Valley?" "There's no need." The golden immortal expert from Wuji Demon School was more pragmatic. He shook his head directly. "I said, there's no point in buying it at this price. It's purely a fight of pride." The elder was just saying it. He did not want to lose face in Samsara Valley's territory. The guy from the Great Wilderness sect had suffered such a setback just now. It made people want to laugh. The golden immortal expert from Wuji Demon School already knew his identity, but he was still happy to see him make a fool of himself. Although the immortal world was also looking for traces of the Zhao family, one was a devil sect and the other was a demon clan. They were not as united against a common enemy as the spiritual world and the mortal world. Wuji Demon School had made up their mind to focus on business and not participate in this kind of fight of pride. However, the Great Wilderness sect was embarrassed and could only brace themselves to continue. 5,000,000 kilograms. There was no such pressure on Yang Chen's side. The shiny spirit stones were almost tens of millions of pounds, and it was just a number to call it casually. Comparatively speaking, the Great Wilderness sect was lacking in style. Although Samsara Valley had agreed to lend them as much as they bid, it was not as good as having real spirit stones. 5,000,000 kilograms. The golden immortal expert could only call out again and raise Yang Chen's bid by 100,000 kilograms, 2,000,000. As soon as the golden immortal finished speaking, Yang Chen raised the price by 400,000 without hesitation, reaching the sky-high price of 1,000,000 kilograms. All the people in the auction house, including the host, the staff of Samsara Valley, and the guests of the auction, were very excited at this moment. When had they ever seen such a big deal? Even when they were fighting for the sacred jade in Wanbao Tower, there was not such a big scene. How many times could they have a chance to see such a scene in their lifetime? Especially when the pile of 5,000,000 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones appeared in front of them. It was more attractive than all the fairies in the world standing naked in front of them. Many people were breathing fast and blushing. They could not take their eyes off those spirit stones. Everyone must have thought more than once, how good it would be if those spirit stones were their own. 1,000,000 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones was not a small number, even for a super sect. In particular, they could only buy one thing that could not be used for the time being, which made them feel that it was of little value. Now, it was not just about buying things, but also about saving face. The golden immortal expert of the Great Wilderness sect was already murmuring, "Is it worth it to pay such a price just to save face?" After all, he was a golden immortal expert. After ascending to the immortal realm, his vision was much broader than before. Soon, he understood that it was better not to show off this kind of limelight. Although it was a bit shameful, he could not let the sect accept such a loss just because of his little face. Of course, there was another reason. These spirit stones were borrowed in the name of the sect. Once he bought them, would the heart of the beautiful woman belong to him or to the sect? Looking at the direction of Yang Chen's box, unwillingly, the golden immortal expert finally chose to give up for the time being. However, since he had lost face, he could not let it go just like that. He could deal with the future in the future, but he could not let go of the guy in front of him, so easily. Of course, this person was not Yang Chen. After all, Yang Chen was also instigated by someone to show his wealth. The one who made the golden immortal expert bear a grudge was young Master Lu, who instigated Yang Chen to show his spirit stones. Chapter 2146. If the golden immortal could detect Yang Chen's room, then young Master Lu's room wouldn't be able to block his divine sense at all. After easily leaving a divine sense imprint on young Master Lu, the golden immortal gave up on bidding and gave the heart of beauty to Yang Chen. The happiest person was naturally Madame Bai. Madame Bai had been dreaming about it ever since she found out about it. Now that she finally got it, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. The Reincarnation Valley still followed the rules. They honestly took 2 million kilograms of spirit stones from the large pile on the stage. The rest were all collected and sent back to Yang Chen. In public, no matter how greedy they were, they couldn't do something that would bring shame to the entire sect. Hua Xing, and Hu Yuesian were the ones who brought the spirit stones back. The two girls still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the spirit stones at such a close distance. When they looked at Yang Chen, their eyes were so hot that even elder Wu Xiong could feel it. "Oh, I like these two girls very much. Can they stay with me for a while?" For some reason, Madame Bai suddenly made such an outrageous request to Hua Xing, and Hu Yuesian. The two girls were stunned. What was this? Did they have to give the girls away just because they helped Yang Chen get the spirit stones? The head of the Reincarnation Valley's Foreign Affairs Hall was overjoyed. The demon race had thought of countless ways to get a few demon beauties to Yang Chen, but they didn't have a chance. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, what else could they say? Sure, no problem at all. Before the two girls could reply, the head of the Reincarnation Valley's Foreign Affairs Hall made the decision for them. "Madam, you must still need a few servants. Let them serve you." The head of the Foreign Affairs Hall was in charge of the sect's external affairs. His eyes were brighter than the most famous thief in the world. How could he not see Yang Chen's attitude towards Madame Bai? Even Yang Chen had to suck up to her, so sucking up to her was definitely not a bad thing. Moreover, wasn't this an opportunity to send a demon clan beauty to Yang Chen's side? With Madame Bai by her side, how could she not be able to accompany Yang Chen? The flower fairy and fairy, who didn't even have a chance to refuse. They were directly sent to Madame Bai by the Reincarnation Valley's Foreign Affairs Hall chief. Hua Xing was a member of the Reincarnation Valley, and the head of the Foreign Affairs Division was an elder and a member of the upper echelons of the sect. She could not disobey him, and Hu Yuesian of the Dongxian Gate could not refuse. Moreover, even if they didn't like Yang Chen before, the tens of millions of pounds of top-grade spirit stones could make any woman who had an aversion to Yang Chen change their views. What's more, those spirit stones were only the cash that Grandmaster Yang had on him. There must be a lot of other valuable things. The two women immediately followed suit and bowed to Madame Bai. At the same time, they did not forget to display their charms to the fullest. Hua Xing was a flower demon, and Hu Yuesian was a fox deity. They were both beautiful. Their act made people stare at them. Even the Reincarnation Valley's Foreign Affairs Hall chief almost swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he managed to control himself at the last moment and did not make a fool of himself. Yang Chen did not have any objections. Madame Bai wanted 2 demon clan women, and it definitely had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Yang Chen knew this very well. Therefore, he did not say anything. After all, Madame Bai would explain it to him. There was no need to be so anxious to know the whole story. The Reincarnation Valley was also surprised this time. A senior had come to the lower bound, and as soon as he came, he found a red jade heart that was still in its seedling stage. Although he could not use it himself, he had sold it for 2 million best-grade spirit stones in the blink of an eye. He had married a wife and celebrated the new year. It was double happiness. No, it should be said that there were 3 happy events. Things were sold to earn spirit stones, and a beautiful female disciple was sent to Yang Chen's side. Relatively speaking, this was a happier thing. 2 million spirit stones were nothing. Those who knew Yang Chen's means had no doubt that as long as he was happy, he could give the 5 million spirit stones to his female disciple without batting an eyelid. The people of the Reincarnation Valley were in a jubilant mood. All the guests had watched a wonderful show and were also very satisfied. This auction was too interesting. No one knew where this guy came from and treated an 8th revolution pill as a treasure. In the end, he was killed by Master Yang with a 6th revolution pill. It was funny just thinking about it. To the experts of Wuji Demon School, it was also a good show, and they were very satisfied. The only ones who were not satisfied were the people of Great Wilderness Sect and young Master Lu. The Golden Immortal expert of Great Wilderness Sect did not take this matter to heart. It was just a red jade heart that had not grown up yet. If he could not buy it, then so be it. As for saying that he took out the 8th grade medicinal pill, it was a joke, but after seeing the medicinal pill refined by Yangchen, he was also convinced, and his resentment towards Yangchen was also a lot smaller. But it was different for young Master Lu. Not only did he not get the limelight, but the 2 fairies he liked were forced to serve Yangchen. At least in the eyes of young Master Lu, the 2 fairies were definitely not willing. Didn't he see that they were so dejected that they could not even lift their heads? He had no idea that the 2 girls were also suppressing their excitement. The worst thing was that his action not only caused dissatisfaction in the Reincarnation Valley, but also made the Golden Immortal expert of Great Wilderness Sect bear a grudge. If he knew that his provocation would bring about such consequences, he would not have dared to say that even if he was beaten to death. His invisible killing curse was casually shattered by the 2 experts. The pain of the backlash was still there. He did not dare to show any disrespect to these 2 experts, who were so powerful that they made people feel despair. Just when young Master Lu thought that he had escaped from this disaster without being discovered by anyone, the expert of Great Wilderness Sect had already made his move. Of course, he did not make any big moves. The Golden Immortal expert only snorted coldly, and young Master Lu felt like a nuclear bomb had exploded in his sea of consciousness. Although his sea of consciousness was not completely destroyed, it made him bleed from his 7 orifices, and he was in unbearable pain. The movement of young Master Lu could not be hidden from the people of Reincarnation Valley. As the host, it was not appropriate for them to directly attack young Master Lu. However, they were very happy to see someone do it for them. Therefore, they were very willing to use the reputation of their sect to guarantee that young Master Lu was suffering from a serious illness and was not plotted against. As for the great elder of Black Tortoise Academy, he would personally come to Reincarnation Valley and talk to that senior from the mortal world. The auction in Reincarnation Valley was considered a complete success. All the guests dispersed and went back to their own homes. However, the Golden Immortal Elder of Great Wilderness Sect looked in the direction where Yang Chen and Madame Bai disappeared and revealed a mysterious smile. Chapter 2147. There were 2 reasons why the Golden Immortal experts of Great Wilderness Sect and Limitless Demon Sect would participate in this auction. One reason was to confirm each other's identities, and the other reason was to discuss their next move. As for Yang Chen, he came here for the Hongzhuang Jade Heart. Now that he got what he wanted, he didn't want to stay any longer. Too much wealth was revealed at the auction, so he needed to disappear for a while to calm down the recent uproar. However, it was not Yang Chen's original intention to have 2 more monster race beauties. But Madame Bai insisted, so Yang Chen had to go along with her wishes. You can't figure out what I want them for, right? Madame Bai took the initiative to bring this up when she was chatting with Yang Chen in the Dragon Palace. Yes, madam. Yang Chen had always been respectful in front of Madame Bai, answering all her questions. Other than Madame Bai's identity, he basically told the truth. Do you know why it's called the Hongzhuang Jade Heart? Madame Bai was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see her expression, but from her voice and the curve of her eyes, he could tell that she was smiling. Yang Chen shook his head. This thing was something that could only be found by chance in the immortal world. He had only heard of it, but never seen it or studied it. It was normal that he didn't know about it, because the Hongzhuang jade heart will always be a seedling without a special method of cultivation. It will never mature. Madame Bai didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Since Yang Qin didn't know about it, she explained, this cultivation method can't be separated from beauties. I'd like to hear more about it. Yang Chen's interest was piqued. It was strange to say that the cultivation of medicinal herbs couldn't be separated from beauties. To cultivate it to maturity, the seedling must be placed in the heart of a beauty and nurtured with the blood of a beauty. It will take at least a few thousand years for it to mature. Madame Bai continued, on one hand, this plant looks like a heart. It's red, so it needs the blood of a beauty to mature. This is why it's called the Hongzhuang jade heart. Even though Yang Qin had seen many things in his 2 lives, he was still shocked by this explanation. Using a beauty's heart's blood to irrigate, it was truly unheard of and unseen. Most importantly, if this thing is used by human cultivators, then it must be watered with the heart blood of human beauties. If it is used by a demon like me, then it must be watered with the heart blood of a demon of the same clan. Madame Bai didn't hide anything and explained everything clearly. That's why I could only ask for the 2 girls. Hua Xing was also a flower demon, so she could be considered a demon of the same race as Bai. What puzzled Yang Qin was Hu Yuxian. She was a fox immortal, an animal creature, and a flower monster plant creature were 2 different things. Yang Qin could understand Hua Xing. But what about Hu Yuxian? By Hua Xing, Yang Qin didn't can understand, but Xing's Hua flower demon chi. Yang Chen's energy was Hua, 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 spirit Yang IMS. This little fox has a special ability. She can absorb people's vital energy and transfer it. Madame Bai smiled. How can the little flower demon withstand it for a long period of time? Fox immortals were called fox spirits, which was in line with Madame Bai's description. However, Fairy Who seemed to be a little too lowly, didn't she? Could it be that Hu Yuxian, who was rumored to be as pure as ice and as clean as jade, was so? But Yang Qin had seen Hu Yuxian and Hua Xing. The 2 girls were clearly chaste. Even if Yang Qin didn't understand this, he knew that if the demon race wanted to send the 2 girls to him, they would definitely not send 2 broken flowers. They had to be chaste. What do you know? Madame Bai rolled her eyes at Yang Qin. Then she said proudly, Who do you think I am? My eyes are sharp. I can tell with one look that the relationship between the 2 girls is not ordinary. Can't the 2 girls maintain their chaste bodies when they play? These words made Master Yang, who claimed to be knowledgeable, drop his jaw in shock. The 2 women were actually a fake couple? It was no wonder that the flower fairy Hu Xianzi had been very good friends until Yang Chen's rebirth in his previous life and almost never separated. But where did Fairy Hu go to absorb so much vital energy? Yang Qin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Even though Madame Bai was his elder and he had to side with her, it didn't seem appropriate for the little fox to lower herself just for this reason. The little fox is talented. Even though she is a girl, she has a pure yang nature. Madame Bai suddenly said such an inexplicable sentence, which made Yang Qin a little puzzled. To be able to practice double cultivation with the little flower monster. That person definitely won't accept Peony, Rose, and the others by my side, unlike you. But if they cultivate like this, they won't last long and will face many difficulties in the future. When Madame Bai said this, how could Yang Qin not understand what Madame Bai meant? She wanted the maids by her side to also practice the Tao of dual cultivation. In truth, Madame Bai's idea surprised Yang Qin. She wanted to harmonize yin and yang with the maidservants, but at the same time, she didn't want them to lose their vital yin. Of course, it was also because he coincidentally met Hu Yuxian that this happened. Since they only need blood, why not let Big Sister Peony and Rose do it? Yang Qin thought for a moment, then asked again, I can guarantee that I have enough pills to replenish vital energy so that they don't have to worry about lacking vital energy. How can it be so easy? Madam Bai sighed. The beautiful hearts of the spirit realm can't withstand the vital energy of the immortal realm. Madam Bai and the maidservants were all cultivators of the immortal realm. Even though they were in the spirit realm, the spiritual energy in their bodies was still the aura of the immortal realm. Therefore, the young seeds of the beautiful hearts of the spirit realm could only be cultivated by the flower demon of the spirit realm. At first, Madam Bai was worried about how to cultivate them, but when she saw Hua Xing, and Hu Yuxian, and after closer look, she discovered that Hu Yuxian had outstanding talent. It seemed that all her problems had been solved. It was fortunate that Madam Bai could think of so much. This made Yang Qin feel a little uncomfortable, at least when he saw Hua Xing, and Hu Yuxian. But when he thought about it, Hu Yuxian really had a good life. Madam Bai's maidservants were all outstanding beauties. If Hu Yuxian was a man, she would have fallen into the crowd of beauties. She would have endless luck with women. Of course, if she was a man, she probably wouldn't even dare to have such thoughts. If Madam Bai or any of the maidservants found out, she would probably die a horrible death. Perhaps this was fate. The heavens couldn't bear for a beautiful heart to remain in its infancy forever, so they arranged this series of coincidences. It seemed that Fairy, who was indeed born with endless luck with women. Chapter 2148. Anyway, Yang Qin wouldn't refute Madam Bai's decision. He could only do his best to help. He would give her whatever she wanted, do whatever she wanted, and support her unlimitedly. However, Yang Qin wasn't sure if Hua Xing would be willing to do this. At the same time, Hu Yuxian wouldn't agree to his endless luck with women. Luckily, Madam Bai would take care of the two of them, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. If Madam Bai couldn't even handle the two little flower demons and little fox from the spiritual realm, then she wouldn't be Madam Bai. After Yang Qin understood the ins and outs of the situation and divided the work with Madam Bai, the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle had already flown a long distance with the Dragon Palace. Now, Yang Qin was flying at full speed. He had to get back to the sect as soon as possible. Reincarnation Valley, Great Wilderness Sect, and Wuji Demon School had already sent experts from the immortal realm down. He didn't know how the mysterious Sky Sect and the other sect were doing. One thing was for sure, the Zhao family was in big trouble this time. With so many golden immortal experts that had passed the Xian immortal tribulation, the Zhao family would be greatly weakened no matter how powerful they were. However, he didn't know how the experts of the Zhao family had arranged, and if they had already prepared everything for the immortal realm. Yang Qin had to get back to the sect as soon as possible. If necessary, Yang Qin had to rush to the demon space to watch the show. If he didn't make it, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. In his previous life, he didn't have the opportunity or the ability, but now it was different. It would be a pity if he missed it. He had to make it. While Yang Qin was on his way, young Master Lu had recovered a little for a short time. A casual attack from a golden immortal expert had severely injured his sea of consciousness. He was bleeding from all his orifices and almost turned into a fool. This guy knew very well that there was an expert teaching him a lesson. It was very likely that it was the expert who had been defeated by Madam Bai's powerful, formless killing curse. However, Lu Wuji didn't dare to complain. The opponent was too terrifying. His invisible killing curse was useless against him, but he could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Young Master Lu was very proud and humble. He had all sorts of good reputations, but he had never been called a fool. Since young Master Lu wasn't a fool, he naturally didn't dare to do anything to that terrifying master. But now he was very angry, and there was no place for him to vent his anger. He could only put his idea on Yang Qin's head. Of the 3 formless killing curses that were released earlier, 2 were easily shattered by the 2 terrifying experts. However, the last one was left behind and successfully entered the other party's sea of wisdom. The guy who was hit was Yang Qin, whom young Master Lu hated the most. If Yang Qin used to be young Master Lu's potential rival in love, then now he had directly become a deadly enemy who snatched his love away. Yang Qin actually took away the Flower Fairy and the Hu Fairy. He already had so many wives and concubines. Why did he still want to forcibly occupy the two fairies? The combination of the flames of jealousy and the fact that he did not dare to resist after being taught a lesson caused the flames of anger to burn higher and higher. Young Master Lu was already on the verge of collapse. After being taught a life worse than death, young Master Lu, who finally recovered, the first thing he wanted to do was to launch the formless killing curse. No matter what, Yang Qin must die. Even if he didn't die, he had to be sick for hundreds of years to dissipate the anger in young Master Lu's heart. Yang Qin was on his way when he suddenly noticed a tremor in his sea of consciousness. His mind immediately concentrated in his sea of consciousness, and then found the source of the tremor. It was the few thin spiritual awareness threads left by young Master Lu that were causing trouble. Those filaments trembled as if they were still trying to grow. Unfortunately, in Yang Qin's powerful sea of consciousness, this slightest tremor couldn't be hidden at all. Soon Yang Qin found a trace of curse in it, and with Yang Qin's knowledge, this curse seemed to be very powerful. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Yang Qin tried, he couldn't find the culprit. Even the actions of these cursed spiritual awareness threads seemed to be spontaneous, and he couldn't find any connection with the original owner. Yang Qin kept these spiritual awareness threads to find the guy who plotted against him. But now the situation made him a little disappointed. In this case, there was no point in keeping these spiritual awareness threads. Yang Qin planned to disperse them directly. Just as he was about to make a move, Yang Qin's heart suddenly moved. Since it was a curse, it would definitely not make people feel good. Now Yang Lan seems to be living a good life in the Zhao family. It seems that it is a bit cheap for him. It is better to send this curse to him. Yang Qin's spiritual awareness threads wrapped these strange spiritual awareness threads, and then directly wrapped these spiritual awareness threads around the spiritual awareness imprint of the great Free Demon Heart Sutra left by Yang Lan. Sure enough, as Yang Qin expected, when these spiritual awareness threads went around, they seemed to have found a way and disappeared in an instant. Yang Lan has been really proud recently. His previous opinions and previous tears have been rewarded handsomely. Several young masters of the Zhao family have been withdrawn, and it is said that they will go back to receive the majestic family law. Yang Lan himself has become an advisor of the new master. Basically, the master will discuss with Yang Lan about major and minor matters. This has made Yang Lan's status in the Zhao family rise. Many people flatter him. It can be said that he is proud of his success. He can see all the flowers of the Zhao family in one day. While he was proud, Yang Lan suddenly felt cold, as if there was some evil wind blowing into his body. Then the whole body was stiff, and the sudden pain of the whole body surged into Yang Lan's mind like a tide. Ah! Yang Lan couldn't help but scream out loud. This is all he can do now. His whole body was stiff and he couldn't move. It seemed that there were countless knives scraping his flesh all over his body. Wasn't the so-called 1,000 cuts in the mortal world just like this? The Zhao family's children who had been following Yang Lan were shocked to see this situation. Someone immediately helped Yang Lan to lie down, and the other immediately went to report to the current master to make a decision. After a while, the master arrived with a few masters. After checking up and down, someone immediately found a clue. Young Master Yang is cursed by a master. The obvious curse breath was very easy to identify. The Zhao family had many masters, and they quickly determined the reason. In my Zhao family's important place, there are still people who can't curse young Master Yang. Check it out. The master was very angry. This level of curse must be close to be effective. It must be that someone inside the Zhao family had moved their mind that they shouldn't have. Under great anger, they immediately sent people to investigate thoroughly. On Yang Lan's side, The master quickly helped. After a while, the curse was suppressed. However, no matter how hard these masters tried, this curse was always like a maggot in the tarsal bone. There was always a trace that could not be completely eliminated. This also led to a consequence that Yang Lan would suffer this kind of pain every day for at least a stick of incense, and then it could be slowly suppressed. Chapter 2149. Yang Chen didn't know what would happen to Yang Lan for the time being, but he was sure that he didn't have to worry about the curse. Those things all fell on Yang Lan's head. As for whether it would affect the other master who was monitoring Yang Lan, that was a matter that had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Madame Bai easily settled Hua Xing, and Hui Wessian. He didn't know what method she used, but the two girls followed Madame Bai obediently. They temporarily replaced the positions of Rose and Peony that Yang Chen was familiar with and became Madame Bai's personal maids. Madame Bai was very happy that she had completed her task. After encouraging Yang Chen, she took the two girls to the devil realm again. The higher the cultivation of the two girls, the better the effect of nurturing the hearts of the people in red clothes. Madame Bai would definitely pay attention to them. Elder Wu Xiong didn't have to face Madame Bai, so he no longer felt pressured. He chatted happily with Yang Chen. However, Elder Wu Xiong was still a little worried because Yang Chen had revealed so many top-quality spirit stones at the auction. There's a little problem, but for what Madame Bai wants, I can't care about anything else. Yang Chen told the truth. Madame Bai was present at the time. If she dealt with it according to Yang Chen's usual steady character, she would definitely not be satisfied. So, she simply fulfilled Madame Bai's wish. Then you have to be careful these days. Elder Wu Xiong didn't know Madame Bai's identity, but he knew that Yang Chen was trying to please her. So, he didn't say much and just told him to be careful. He also knew how fast Yang Chen's mysterious sky dark sea shuttle was. As long as he could rush back to the sect in time, with the news released by the major sect and the means of Chunyang Palace, no one would dare to have any ideas about Yang Chen. Just when Elder Wu Xiong was still persuading him, Yang Chen sighed helplessly on this side. Some things really didn't need to be nagged about. Trouble had already come knocking on his door. The mysterious sky nether sea shuttle stopped in an instant. Before Wu Xiong could react, he saw 8 experts of the Dragon Clan suddenly rush out of the Dragon Palace. 6 of them were wrapped in a large mass of long red and green vines, like 6 fat multicolored cocoons. The one in the lead was A.O. Lan. You guys don't have to make a move first. A.O. Lan stopped Long Yuan and the other 5, allowing them to return to the Dragon Palace. They were not used to the dragon entanglement grass yet, so it was not suitable for them to make a move. Furthermore, A.O. Lan was very clear on how strong the enemy they were facing this time was. If she was not a match for them, Long Yuan and the others would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Given Princess A.O. Lan's status, Long Yuan and the others did not disobey her orders. They immediately returned to the Dragon Palace to continue. On the other hand, A.O. Lai followed closely behind A.O. Lan, looking anxiously in a certain direction. Enemy. A.O. Lan asked Yang Chen, what is their background? Elder Wu Xiong still hadn't found any traces of the enemy. He was still shocked to see so many Dragon Clan experts. When he suddenly heard A.O. Lan's question, he immediately reacted. There were enemies outside the profound heaven nether sea shuttle. Elder Wu Xiong was currently only an earthly immortal. Furthermore, the profound heaven nether sea shuttle did not belong to him. It was normal that he could not discover the enemy through the shuttle. However, Elder Wu Xiong did not undervalue himself. He only looked at Yang Chen, waiting for Yang Chen's arrangements. I'll go and take a look first. Yang Chen gestured for Elder Wu Xiong to take a seat. Then he instantly vanished, exiting the profound heaven nether sea shuttle. The scene outside was no longer the familiar spiritual world. Instead, it was a foreign world. The spiritual pressure here was much higher than in the spiritual world. In any case, Just a casual breath would fill one's lungs with spiritual energy. Yang Chen could instantly determine that the profound Heaven-Nether-Sea shuttle had been suddenly sucked into a cave abode while it was flying. Based on the spiritual pressure of this cave abode, even if it was not tempered by the immortal world, it was at least tempered by an expert from the immortal world. Which senior from the great wilderness sect is it? Junior greets you. Yang Chen was not nervous at all. He bowed towards the void. To be able to keep up with the speed of the profound Heaven-Nether-Sea shuttle and forcibly suck the profound Heaven-Nether-Sea shuttle into a cave abode while flying at such a high speed, the person's cultivation was definitely much higher than Yang Chen's. He had to be at least a Xian Immortal or above. A cave abode related to the immortal world clearly came from the immortal world. Yang Chen only knew of 3 people who met this condition. The only one who would do such a thing was probably the golden immortal expert from the great wilderness sect, who had lost some face at the auction. Junior, you're quite smart. A familiar faint voice sounded. However, no one could be seen, which added an invisible pressure. But you're such a smart person. How could you make such a stupid mistake? Don't you know common sense not to flaunt your wealth? I have some cooperation with the great wilderness sect. Senior, you won't make things difficult for me, right? Yang Chen did not answer this question. Instead, he directly pointed out his cooperation with the great wilderness sect. In the face of a real golden immortal master from the lower realm of the immortal world, even if he could only bring his life source flying sword because of the lower realm, and had no other magic weapons, Yang Chen was not arrogant enough to provoke him face to face. There were 2 advantages to pointing out their relationship. Publicly, the sect still had to cooperate with Yang Chen. Privately, Yang Chen was a junior. If the golden immortal expert wanted to deal with Yang Chen, it would be a typical case of bullying a junior. A normal person would basically consider these 2 reasons and would not make things difficult for him. This would also achieve Yang Chen's goal. This golden immortal expert of the great wilderness sect did know about Yang Chen. After learning about Yang Chen's identity from the Samsara Valley, he specially consulted the elder who accompanied him and found out about Yang Chen. To be honest, what he knew the most about the Zhao family in the lower realm was only the Zhao family. A few days later, he heard about the auction of Hong Zhuang's jade heart and rushed over in a hurry. He didn't even know about the most popular alchemy master in the spiritual realm, which was why the scene at the auction house that made him lose face happened. If he had known about it in advance, he would definitely not have taken out the few 8 revolution pills that he had concocted in a short period of time to embarrass himself. This junior named Yang Chen was really too surprising. Although he had never directly faced the experts of the Zhao clan, his shadow could be seen in several crucial victories. To the sect, Yang Chen was also a very important partner. The elder of the great wilderness sect, who accompanied him, had clearly told him that Yang Chen was an important partner. If it was not necessary, it would be best for him not to do anything that would destroy the cooperation between the 2 parties. Such a calm warning clearly showed his dissatisfaction towards Yang Chen. Of course, the golden immortal expert would not care about such a small warning. He was an expert who had ascended to the mortal world a long time ago. He was the most senior and most qualified elder in the entire great wilderness sect in the spiritual realm. Even the elder had to kowtow to him and call him ancestor. Why would he care about the words of a small elder? Chapter 2150. Being in the Reincarnation Valley, he naturally had to take care of the Reincarnation Valley's reputation. After a brief meeting with the 2 experts from the Reincarnation Valley and Wuji Demon School, who were also from the Immortal Realm, to confirm the next step of the plan, the expert from the Great Wilderness Sect and the elder who accompanied him set out on their way back. When the 3 of them met, the 2 experts from the Reincarnation Valley and Wuji Demon School also vaguely reminded him to deal with the Zhao family and not to cause unnecessary trouble. Obviously, these 2 were also indirectly telling him not to cause trouble for Yang Chen. This golden immortal expert with the surname Feng was not a reckless person. He agreed on the spot, and everyone was happy. Seeing that he understood the big picture, everyone was very happy. After a grand reception in the Reincarnation Valley, everyone went home. The two experts from the Great Wilderness Sect also directly set out on their way back to the Great Wilderness Sect, going in the opposite direction from Yangchen. On the way back, Elder Feng drank and chatted with the elder from the Great Wilderness Sect every day, never leaving. Everything looked normal. At least no one in the spiritual realm knew that Elder Feng had a skill that no one else knew, the doppelganger technique. To put it bluntly, it was a simple method of controlling a puppet. It was just that this puppet was exactly the same as him, and even its aura was no different. The puppet was made by Elder Feng himself. Even in the immortal realm, very few people could distinguish between him and the puppet. The one drinking and chatting with the elder from the Great Wilderness Sect was naturally the puppet. As for Elder Feng himself, he had directly gone invisible and chased after Yangchen. After these days of rushing, he finally caught up with Yang Chen's mysterious Sky Dark Sea shuttle. During the process of chasing, Elder Feng could not help but admire the amazing speed of Yang Chen's flying magic treasure. He heard that when Yang Chen was in the foundation establishment stage in the mortal world, he relied on this magic treasure to escape from a late Great Ascension stage expert. At first, Elder Feng did not believe it, but now that he was chasing, he finally understood that the rumors were not false. Of course, the harder it was to chase, the happier Elder Feng was. This showed that Yang Chen's shuttle was better, and the good things would soon not belong to Yang Chen, but to Elder Feng. After making Elder Feng lose so much face, he still wanted to escape unscathed. How could there be such a good thing? No one in the immortal world dared to provoke him like this, let alone a junior at the Earth immortal realm in the spiritual world. Even if he had the support of a masked Xian immortal expert, he still had to die. As for the merit ring on Yang Chen's hand, when he was in the auction house, he had scared away his spiritual awareness exploration. But later on, he also understood that since the other party had flashed the merit ring, he must have already guessed his origins. Such an important matter couldn't be easily known by an earthly immortal realm junior. Moreover, this guy wasn't a member of any major sect, and the immortal world didn't have the support of Chunying Palace. It was fine to kill him, as long as no one knew about it. Finally, after much difficulty, he managed to catch up with Yang Chen's shuttle. Relying on the sect's immortal abode that he had hurriedly refined, Elder Feng easily took Yang Chen and his Dharma treasure into the immortal abode. This time, only Elder Feng knew what happened in the immortal abode. Elder Feng's calculations were very good. There were no cultivators passing through this area. An immortal abode that he had refined could not be discovered by the cultivators in the spiritual world. This also meant that Yang Chen had disappeared quietly and would never appear again. When he thought of the scene of him being booed by so many people at the auction house, Elder Feng couldn't help but want to kill him, especially when he thought of the large amount of spirit stones that Yang Chen had taken out, coupled with the fact that he had seen the Dragon Clan shuttle. He was even more determined to get rid of Yang Chen. Isn't it a little too late to remember the relationship between you and my Great Wilderness Sect now? Elder Feng sneered and slowly revealed himself. His prey had already been locked in a cage, so he wasn't in a hurry to kill it. He wanted to play with it first. Please forgive this junior for offending you. Yang Chen's attitude was very humble, and he spoke with assurance and composure in front of Elder Feng. Of course, Elder Feng was a senior, so Yang Chen had to give him some face, things that could be resolved through negotiation. Especially when facing a golden immortal expert, it was better not to make a move. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Yang Chen understood the situation very well, at least in Elder Feng's eyes. If this was before the auction, Elder Feng could swear that he would definitely like this kid who knew how to respect his superiors. Unfortunately, time couldn't be turned back. Therefore, there was only one ending for this lovable kid. Senior is doing something big, so I guess you wouldn't be bothered to spend any effort on this junior. Elder Feng didn't say anything, but looked at Yang Chen with a teasing smile. Yang Chen sighed in his heart, but still reminded him indirectly. Besides, I guess Senior doesn't want to disrupt our cooperation. Cooperation? You think you are worthy? You want to cooperate with my great wilderness sect with just a few pills that anyone could concoct? You are overestimating yourself. Elder Feng sneered and scolded. Suddenly, the image of the Sixth Revolution, Lingji mushroom jade pill, concocted by Yang Chen appeared in his mind. Just by looking at that pill, this kid's future in pill concoction would be limitless. At this moment, Elder Feng finally understood why he wanted to kill this kid. It was because of those pills. As the saying goes, people of the same trade are enemies. Since Yang Chen was so good at pill concoction, it made him a pill concoction master in the immortal world. Seemed to be mediocre. This was pure jealousy, and at the same time he had the intention to kill his future hope. However, Elder Feng didn't feel that what he did was wrong. The world of cultivators was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. So what if everyone cooperated? All the big sect claimed to cooperate with each other, but it wasn't the first or second time that they would secretly assassinate each other's genius disciples. Didn't they still cooperate with each other? This was the current situation of cultivators. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame this kid for being blind and bumping into him. Don't worry, no one will know where you went, and no one will suspect me. Elder Feng said to Yang Chen complacently, I should still be drinking with the elders of my sect. It's about time we arrived at the sect. There will be many people who can prove that I have never spent any thoughts on you. You are indeed skilled in pill concoction. I admire you for this. Elder Feng still used that faint voice to sentence Yang Chen to death. Out of respect, I will let you go a little faster. Do you have any last words? Only one. Yang Chen sighed in his heart. Then he said loudly, Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You want to kill me, so I will accept this karma